You tell me.
I was thinking of more of a ranged weapon, but all right.
Oh, I mean, you could change it to that too. I don't think you can edit it. For some reason, it won't let you edit it after you create it. Oh, can you? Okay. It wasn't letting me earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, you said unlock it.
Okay, that works. All right.
What would be a ranged weapon like that?
Go to the weapons thing and look at the examples.
So, like, could I do a revolver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. So we intended on doing Amethil today, but forgot that half of the Amethil group is doing LARP stuff this weekend. So we're going to go back to testing out the custom TTRPG engine I'm working on. Actually got some of the framework done in Fantasy Grounds, so it actually works. So real quick for reference here, like character sheets.
Would it be +1 still? +1 damage, +1 to attacks?
Yeah, because that's all based. Well, that's all based on your ranged weapon skill is the attack, and the damage is based on your reflexes.
Yeah. Okay. So ranged weapon would be a +4.
That's the other thing I got to do. So the thing that's different about 5e compared to mine is that the attack rolls are based on your skill, whereas in 5e they're based on like a set roll with your proficiency and whatnot. So I got to change that too.
Damage is
just reflexes.
Reflex, yeah. Damage is reflex, and then attack is
whatever reflex. Your skill is.
Why is that? Oh, I see. And then there's a +3 bonus to that total.
There you go. Yes. So for this custom thing that I got going on here, so I removed the checks and saves because that's not a thing in mine. It's just the one attribute. So you can see that there's strength, talent, reflexes, appeal, nerves, genius, and expertise. So I had to create all that custom. And then for the skills, these are all default skills. So like I didn't have to type these up every time. Like when you create a new character, these are the skills that just show up. And they're all tied to the relevant stats as well. That's really like the bulk of it. Like it sounds like nothing, but that was kind of a pain to get going there. And then on the enemy side, if we go into here, so for I gotta switch it over. Okay. And then for enemies, I got it set up where it does the same thing for them. So they have the same. It defaults to 10, which I do have to change that piece, but that's fine for now. And, you know, for them, you could roll the same type of thing. This would be a really good roll. But yeah, so I got that piece worked out. And then there's still some automation shit that I need to do, but it's in a place right now, at least, that it's usable, just not to the full capabilities that we need it. And the other thing I got to do is that there's a 5e plugin called Auras, which allows to do like the ranged, like basically all of your stuff, Adam. It would basically allow you to do that flat in.
See, but on the same note is that has to be adjustable on the fly.
What do you mean?
Because like in the last area, it's you couldn't hear me from as far away.
Well, yeah, with auras, you set the distance of the aura.
That's what I'm saying. The aura needs to be adjustable on the fly.
Well, it can be, you just change the numbers on it. But like what you would do
Okay.
with that is that we would just have to determine like what is a good distance that someone would be able to hear someone normally talking. Probably like 30 or 60 feet. Like it's not too far. We'd have to establish something like that as a baseline, and then if there's circumstances that would inflate or deflate that, then
Mm-hmm.
we could use it. What the fuck? Sin?
Uh,
Yes.
Why does your Excel sheet have like 80 tabs at the bottom? Or is it just glitching out on my end?
My Excel sheet.
Also, Cliff, I added the other property to mine, the piercing property. So it actually pierces the target instead of piercing damage and piercing.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. That's why there's 2 separate times.
Uh-huh. I thought you just like copied it and then added it, so I just left it.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, like none of that that's gonna be really hard to figure out how to automate that, if at all.
I think that would be more of manually do that one.
Yeah.
Because that in regular code would be hard to say, okay, this, and if they're within this range, have them make an attack roll, and it's okay if they succeed the attack roll, then they gotta take damage and divide that by 2, and then round, and then
You'd have to set up like ray tracing in it. Which I don't, that sounds a little much.
oh, you don't want to do that in Lua?
No, no. I don't want to do that, period. Let's see here.
My pinky toe is numb right now. It fell asleep. I would like it to wake back up.
Oh shit, did that actually work? Oh, it did. That's pretty awesome. I'm glad I did it this way. Like I wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure that I used 5e so I could take advantage of a lot of the parsing stuff that they already have. So and there you go.
I'm gonna just keep this open so I can see what the cards do as he says them.
Why did I do it that way?
Why does 1d24 plus 1?
I think it's just the way I did it. Hold on, I gotta redo this.
Oh, it is. It starts at 2.
Well, what happened is like when I copied it, I copied the headers, not realizing that the table doesn't do headers, like when you import it. But like they have an import text. All right, there we go. I'm gonna do that again.
Hey, there it is.
So now you should just be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Or if you want to be lazy, I could just set it up where you click the button once and it rolls on the table 4 times and just tells you what all 4 of the results are.
Or
Nah, I think 4 is better in case I get the duplicates.
and one thing is I have to worry about is if he doesn't want everybody knowing what cards those are. What cards he has.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a great way to solve for that.
It'd just be roll 1d4 1d24 again and again and again, and then it's already numbered there, so you can just go off of that.
Now you gotta do another one. Give me 1 second, let me close this window.
Well, you have those in your 1 and 2 as your hotbar?
Mhm.
4d24 and 1d24?
Yep.
It's like,
And you know what?
oops,
Thinking
it's me
about it,
again.
I might actually be able to do this. Unshare this, and then only share it with Sin.
Roll it, Sin. Let's see what happens. Nope. Wheel of
You-
Fortune.
Everyone.
Can you read it still?
Wheel of Fortune, the Turn of Fate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any other visibility options because they have hide rolls or show rolls. Because like you could do this and just be like, and then I see what they are. But yeah, that's fine. However you want to do that. But now, at least if you roll the 1d24, Adam doesn't know what it is because Adam can't pull up the list now.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, it's not like this is an alpha and we trying to balance everything. Oh no.
It's not like it's not in the Excel sheet that you have.
Yeah, right here. I'm trying to say, like, do I want to play this character eventually? I mean, I want to play every character eventually.
All right, so oh, you know what I did not do is I did not
I think you're supposed to do.
I didn't do anything. I need to sign into all the chats, which I did not do. So if anybody has been chatting with me this whole time, I have missed it.
Nothing on Twitch.
That's good. I'm in Fantasy Grounds as the game too, and there was only like 7 people viewing it, so I don't expect it to be a huge viewership. And we're gonna do this.
Drake Takes is in here. He's actually under Fantasy Rounds right now.
Oh, nice. Auto find live sources. Yes, activate that. Activate that shit.
Oh yeah, I would say maybe they'll rate us. They're at 36 minutes.
Oh, okay.
They just started too.
Yep. Okay, cool. So that's working now. At least I'll see that. Okay. So I guess you know, we don't have any pressure to do anything here, so one thing I need to do, I need to move the chat bar lower on stream because right now you can see the chat piece. Okay, cool. So I guess we could probably automate some of your guys' abilities. Or I guess actions would be more appropriate.
Are you able to add us to the combat tracker?
Yeah. That I can.
Just so I can actually see what abilities I have on me.
I don't know how well it's going to work, but yeah.
It worked just how I needed to.
Okay. Cool. Combat tracker is something I haven't messed with at all yet.
HP max is 13. Yeah. So.
All right, Sin, let's see if I can give you an error here.
13. Cool.
What's your max essence, Sin?
9.
Here you go. Here's where we get the errors.
Where you adding essence at?
I just added 9 level 1 spells.
Oh.
For now.
Hi, Christina. I know you can't hear.
She got her face all up in the camera.
Actually, that's a good point. Just do 5 essence.
I mean, the downside is, like, there's no way to, like, decrease the number or anything like that.
What do you mean decrease the number?
Like, if you cast a spell, it's not going to automatically go down 1.
It never does.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's not... We're not going to be able to do that, so...
Even a normal 5e, it doesn't do that.
Yet. Well, not yet for 5e, but yet for mine.
And that's, especially with 5e, that's hard because of the upcasting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be upcasting to some degree with this, too, but it's just going to be like, you just have one pool of points, so you don't have to worry about level 1, level 2, level 3. It's just like you have X amount of points that you can use.
If use this, take this many points. If use this many points.
Yeah.
Very rudimentary version of it.
Okay. So then damage will be 1d4 plus whatever throwing skill is, or no, whatever reflex is. So that will be...
Should we let Sin move his points around so he can actually get a feel for with how his throwing cards is?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Like, my character is not made for my class.
I'm happy with where I'm at for my character sheet.
How would I do this?
I would do it in the Excel file
Yeah.
and then transfer everything else over.
So just drop everything down to 0.
Yep. And the nice thing is, like, with the exception of like the manual points that I put in for your guys' skills, the skills are going to all update as soon as you update the abilities anyways.
Oh yeah, you just gotta unlock the sheet and you can update the scores.
Yep.
Okay. So throwing for sure.
Are we still doing the max of 8, or do we want to reduce it to 5 for this one? Because
I mean, actually, you know what? So the way that I was thinking of doing it is you can have 1 5 1 4, or wait, 1 5 2 4s, 3 3s, and that would be 6 points total. And then you can do negatives and do anything you want to do, but the max amount of points that you're allowed outside of that would be 2. So 1 5, 2 4s, 3 3s, and then everything else, the max you could do is 2.
That's total?
Yeah.
Or bonus?
Bonus. So like you would still have your +5 that you have now.
Okay, so I can have 1 plus 5.
1 plus 5, 1 plus, or 1 5, 2 4s, 3 3s.
Okay.
And that would be 6 points compared to the 5 that you're allowed right now. But it makes it easier to remember. That's why I liked it that way.
Yeah, I'm using 1 5, 1 3, 1 2, 1 1, and a -1. 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the 6 plus the 5 I got.
Yep. So you'd be able to do that essentially without needing the negative.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. I don't know why I did. Why did I put that? Oh, because you gave us 5 points initially.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, the new one would be 6 points, yeah.
So I'll just get rid of my negative. Do you know what my negative it was in?
No.
Cooking.
Why would you do that?
Put a -1 in cooking.
Why would you do that? 1 plus 5, 2 plus 4, 3 plus 3.
After this clip, I might need your help with Excel if you still have time.
Sure.
Or, you know. Is there a way to, if some but subtract the number from specific cells.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah.
I
Whatever you
I
pick
have
out, you can do it.
I have that's fair. I have total hours, and then I have work orders that are carrying over.
Uh-huh.
I want work orders or total hours minus carryover hours.
Oh, yeah, that'll be easy.
Yeah. And I have it labeled in one column where there's an X, a blank, or a CO. Blank is open still, X is closed, and then CO is carryover.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be real easy.
Okay.
It'll basically be like some ifs. This when this does not equal CO.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Like, you wouldn't need to do any negatives if you did it that way. Unless I'm not visualizing what you're saying, right? Which could be possible.
Yes. I does not equal. Not equal is less than, greater than, opposing.
Yep.
CO. Quotation CO. This needs to be H instead. No, this needs to be H. H.
And you know what? I'm curious. If I do this, does this pop up debug for you guys too?
No.
Okay, good. Power action editor.
Hey, it worked. Cool.
Power action editor damage entry. Okay.
Okay. New characters up to date.
Okay, cool. Then let
in
me.
Spreadsheet and in Fantasy Grounds.
So your reflex is a +1. So that's what your card trick will be based off of. And then your weapon, you'll have to change that to a +1 as well.
The throwing is strength, not reflexes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Because like my theory behind that was it doesn't matter what you're throwing if you're throwing it with enough force, it hurts. So that's strength.
Damn it, the CRV didn't close today.
He said it was a +1. I was like, wait, that doesn't sound right. Like, hold on, I'm going in for round 3.
All right.
Escape.
And then I don't know if you heard when I said this earlier. So your AC, well, your defense, it should be 10 plus half body rounded down. So for you, you would have 3, 4,
So
5, 6, 7. So half of 7 would be 3. So you should have 13 defense.
Is it supposed to automatically?
No. I gotta.
Okay.
Come on, man. Give me a break.
I would say even when going into the stats for damage, I have to just do a bonus
Yeah.
instead of just finding the stat, because it actually does not pop up
Yeah.
the stats.
The stats are the old ones. I just noticed that. I'm like creating a list as we're doing this, and I'm finding things. So like
And
attack
still has
rolls.
strength.
Well, yeah, strength is because the variable didn't change. Strength is strength. So I have so far attack rolls need to use relevant skill, not attribute. Spell damage / weapon damage stats need to be updated to new stats, and I actually pulled up debug so I could see what the name of the variable is. Actually, I'm just going to keep debug open too. That might be helpful. And then I need to build body and mind. So like if you're looking at your character sheet, senses is going to go away. Perception is going to go away. The next area where it says attack, initiative, and speed, probably both of those are going to go away because speed is irrelevant. Like for the most part, everybody's 30 unless you have something to make it go faster. So I want that to say body,
Defense.
AC, oh yeah, body, defense, mind, and then I think I'm going to put total essence points on there. And then special moves, special defenses, that'll probably go away. And then I'll probably move the health up to the top of that too.
I don't know how easily that'll
It's not.
work because that's stuck to the bottom no matter what. So if you shrink it small,
Oh, right. So that's just they have a thing in there called anchored, and this is just anchored to the bottom of the thing, so it'll always be at the bottom.
I would keep that because no matter how much I scrunch it up, if I scrunch it all the way up, it cuts off AC, initiative, and speed, but I can always see my health.
Well, that's just because that's how that's set up.
And I like it.
I could set up any of them like that. What I was actually thinking of doing is putting health. Foundry has a really cool thing where there's an area of it that you can drop a few of your most used hots to it.
Yep.
And it stays there forever. I want to add something like that to this, if possible. So I would like it to show your health, your essence, and then like 3 to 5 hotkeys. And I want it to actually, I'll probably end up moving that up at the very top underneath your name. And that'll be on every tab. So no matter what tab you're on, you'll be able to see that same level of information.
Okay.
So that's how I want it to be, but well, what I want to be and what my capabilities are not always the same thing. So we'll see how that goes. Because like this shit is all foreign to me. Like it doesn't make sense. Okay, so I got all my notes on here so far, and then anything else that we find while doing this, I'll fix it too. And I still need exploding die, obviously.
Have you talked to devs about that?
No. No, so like once I actually have a little bit more time to like focus on that piece, because like I really started on doing the exploding die like right around when you guys hopped on the other night. So I put like no real effort into it. Once I figured that out, then I'll either have it, or if I can't fucking figure it out, then I'll reach out to somebody. And I can get rid of temp hit points too. That's not a feature I plan on using. The hit die function is not going to work quite like that, but I do want it to automatically roll your vitality roll and then heal you that amount.
So, actually, oh, I see. It's choosing ability score right now.
For what?
Hit die.
Oh, I mean, hit die is just what it normally is. For 5e, I haven't done any change to that.
Well, it's actually referencing the correct ability scores. Or the abilities.
Oh,
If you
interesting.
cycle through it. But it's not cycling through, it's not giving you the skill for the
Yeah.
roll vitality.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that it had it's kind of neat that this one's already updated with the correct one.
Probably because each tab is a different script. And you updated the script in this tab.
So the health and shit are not part of this.
Really?
It's its own fucking thing.
Fuck the hell.
Yeah, it's a hot mess. I don't know what I'm doing, and for some reason, like everything else in my life, I decided I'm gonna do the the hardest possible thing you can do in creating a full fucking a full conversion before
Turn
I
it from
even knew
hard
how
to.
to edit a single tab.
Uh-huh.
That's how
I
I
mean,
roll.
you got what? You did this in 4 days?
I mean, really, I did this in a day.
Yeah, which is a lot.
Yeah, I mean it. I don't know. I'm gonna be hard on myself for it. Um,
It's
but
impressive. You got to remember, you are learning a language.
no,
You're
I'm not.
learning a programming language.
No, I'm not. I'm not learning shit. I am
You,
really. I'm good at
you,
logic. That's what my thing is.
you're
Logic, so I can
ciphering
put
through
two
a
and two
language.
together on things.
You're ciphering through a language.
I am. That I am. I'm feeling in the dark.
All your cards are gone, son.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing you could probably do too, Sin, would be like if you really wanted to create a weapon and do ranged, and then these could be like your cards.
Oh shit, that'll be easier.
And then you have to change the stats on it, but that way when you're using it, you can at least tick off your how many you've used.
Yeah.
You'll just need to
It's like
refresh that every
ammo.
time. I'm curious if there would be a way to make it so every time you roll that table, that it automatically resets the ammo to 0, or the ammo to 4. I guess would be technically. I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm sure. Mars
Damn.
bars. She's running in her sleep. I should have the Mars cam on, is what I should have on, instead of John's missing thing here.
Missing in action.
All right. Is there anything major that we need to add on here before we even like just get moving?
No. It's a good idea, Mars. You should add that.
She's in there running in her sleep,
Had a grand old time.
shaking.
I gotta take Bear to the vet again soon. Next week.
For like checkup stuff or like for something serious?
Same thing that's been happening.
Oh.
I think I know what it is now. I think he has allergies. And it always happens within like 20 minutes of him eating a lot of grass.
So he has grass allergies and he's just fucking himself up?
Mm-hmm. That's my line of thinking on it. Because in the summer, we have to actually rinse his feet with vinegar every so often. Which is a great time. He loves it. He does not love it. He despises it.
Okay. So, when we left off, you all woke up inside of a facility. No memories, just in general. And you found yourselves inside of a cell with 2 other people. While you were trying to figure out what's going on, a third was brought back in, escorted by a guard. He immediately came in and threw up. You guys found out that you were in a testing facility for one of the large, like, pharmaceutical companies called NixGen. And you all decided at that point that you needed to get the fuck out of there. So you guys created a ruse.
I would say it's more John and I decided.
That's fair. So you created a ruse by destroying one of the little beds that were in there, got the guard close enough with his taser. John was able to snatch the keys up, and then when the guard left the room, you guys, air quote, broke out of jail. I don't know if you can consider breaking out of jail if you used a key, but
I
you
mean,
broke.
it's still a breakout.
Sure, you broke out of the cell. Um, Pillaged through things for a little bit, got a little bit of gear. Guard came back in. You were able to subdue him. Adam, you with your expert acting abilities, you were able to put on his clothes, mimic his voice good enough that it was passable for the guard, even though you definitely raised some suspicion when you were up close and personal with one of the scientists. But as you were surveying around, you found out that in the center of this lab, there's this large dome with all this flashing energy coming out of it, and you all decide you're gonna make a plan to just run out. As you were surveying the area, you became almost hypnotized by the flashing dome of light, but you snapped out of it. You put on another ruse where John is doing this hammy, over the top performance. You get your fucking hands off of me! And you manage to play it cool enough that you lure him out like he's going to be the next test subject. And then everybody else ran through the door afterwards. As the rest of the group, the three of you plus the three of your cellmates. One of them, as soon as they hit the laboratory doors, they just and puke their fucking guts out, which draws the attention of the scientists who raise the alarm, which initiates combat. You're holding John close to where they're telling you to push him in this antechamber, and inside of the antechamber, John notices a bunch of electrical equipment with some high voltage signs on it, and he decides it would be a good idea to start shooting his energy at that. So he attacks it, which basically triggers a critical meltdown of the building. You all just barely manage to make it outside, just in time for this building to explode, with most likely all of your personal belongings inside of it, except for what you managed to grab on the way out, which I believe was just a taser, a baton, a backpack, and one thing of armor. Well, and I guess you're still wearing the guard clothes, so you still have that. You head outside, and the building explodes, seemingly with everybody who is inside of the building still inside of it. The three of you and your three cellmates manage to escape as you all start running down the street. Is there anything that you would say is important that I missed there?
I don't think so.
Oh, and I guess one thing that would be worth saying is, why don't the two of you introduce your characters a little bit, or reintroduce them, I guess would be the way to say it. Are you talking on mute, Adam? You are.
Probably.
Yeah, you did. I think you just got your whole intro out.
You know what I said? So I don't even know have a name for this guy yet. That's all I said.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, names not really important right now. We can just say that as you guys start getting your memory back, that'll be one of the things that comes to you. But explain your class and kind of what you do a little bit.
I am an entertainer. I write some mad poems. I have abilities that allow me to. Where did my Excel sheet go?
That is quite the ability.
Uh,
My ability is Excel.
it's
That's
Cliff's
my ability.
To do one of the following: beguile, bolster, daze, distract, hasten, inspire, rouse, or soothe those around me. So it can be anything from giving enemies disadvantage if they can hear me, or reduce damage done to us or anybody that can hear me, friendly wise, or stun people. And then, yeah, if I decide to end this in a flourish, I can take all that extra damage, or take all those, every one of those I have active, and add it to damage. It can turn into a fuck ton of damage. Do those dice explode? The
Yeah,
Endeavor dice?
All damage dice explode.
So one Endeavor die per Endeavor. So if I had 4 Endeavor die, would all 4 explode?
If you rolled all 4 of them and all 4 of them were 4s, then all 4 of them would explode. Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
Yeah, Sin?
I am playing a child reader with an origin essence of chronomancy. So his thing is he is actively manipulating time and fate to his advantage. With his card deck that is infused with his essence, he can change the battle and manipulate friends and foes to do what he wants. There's too much to explain the way Adam did, but he can do stuff. If I don't like any of the cards, I can refresh them. I can use the cards as weapons, one at a time or all at once. And if I get lucky in combat, I can discard one and draw a specific one that I feel would be more beneficial.
Yeah, the reader I have a lot of cool ideas for as they level up. The reader was kind of a brainchild of some different ideas. And honestly, like the stream loot shit that we use was kind of like the main inspiration for that, was like just because, you know, in the stream loots for the D&D stuff, the whole identity of chat is fate. Chat is fate, like an embodiment of a physical persona of fate, and they can roll things. So the reader is almost like an agent of fate. They don't control fate, but they have the ability to manipulate it in certain ways to their advantage. And I don't know, I just like that idea. And I assume I'll probably carry the idea of fate over to this universe too.
I love reading sci-fi books, and I actually had a book that I read that actually Fate was a person.
Well,
And
I
it was
mean,
really,
that
it's a really cool idea.
yeah, I
Hey,
love
got
the
a name for my
idea.
character. Fate.
Fate. There you go. So I love the idea of like the personification of like cosmic ideas, like
Mhm.
fate, luck, destiny, shit like that. Well,
Yep.
good morning. She just snapped around and looked at me like, fuck.
It's like, those are crazy ideas. What are you talking about?
All right, so picking up where we left off, you all took off running as the building exploded and launched brick and shrapnel across the area, pinging into cars as they were driving by. Sin's character, Fate, nearly got taken out by the blast and just barely managed to make it through. Bye. Um, everybody, go ahead and give me an awareness roll, please.
Hey, I don't got to scroll for that one. I can just do it. That doesn't seem right. Hang on. I'm not mistaken. I was rolling awareness at a -1. I should be rolling awareness at a -1.
Did I do positive
All
one?
well, all max expertise is a -1 modifier to them.
Well, like the
-2 modifier,
I did a manual for like all the additives. Oh wait, do you have something that gives you that? Is that why?
which doesn't kill you.
Yeah, okay. That's the
So
other
let
thing
me-
too. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna add that to it. That's something I'm gonna figure out.
So I got that one in there. There you go. I ain't paying attention.
Okay. So actually, this is very appropriate. Sin, give me an additional awareness die. Actually, this one you can roll with advantage. So like, we'll just take the better of the two that you roll. All right. So this is very appropriate for your character. As in your young age, you might not fully understand the dynamics with your essence. You're probably just hitting an age where you're learning how to control it a little bit. And unless you've had someone to guide you through it, you may not have a full understanding of how a divergent essence work. For meta knowledge, for anybody listening in, for the players, every being of this planet, whether it be humanoid or creature, every being of this planet has essence as part of their being. And in Uterum, a dominant essence will help to kind of design your development. And everybody is born with an essence origin type. With Fate's essence origin type being chrono, so time, the essence divergence of that is space, is astro. And as this building explodes, you get this feeling inside of your chest, Fate. You get this feeling inside of your chest, almost like a skipping heart, like in a rhythmic beat, as this explosion knocks you back a little bit. And as you turn to look at where the building stood, you see this large tear in reality. And the smoke plumes that are coming out are getting sucked into this scar that has been left in space. From whatever was going on here. And as you're starting to feel this energy pull at you a little bit, all three of you hear sirens erupt as police are getting closer in their cruisers to this location.
Fate's gonna be just like sitting on the ground looking at this thing, like clutching his shirt on his chest, trying to catch his breath, like breathing heavy.
And Adam, are you doing anything to try to get Fate to get up and go, or are you guys gonna wait for the police to get there? Seeing as you were the catalyst of this explosion,
We should probably keep going. We shouldn't be around here just sitting around. We need to at least act like we're scared of that explosion.
Yeah, and less nicely, John's character's like, kid, get the fuck up, we gotta go.
As he's clutching his chest, that bright greenish light like comes from his hand, and in a split second, you see like a trace of his essence as he vanishes, and 10 feet away, he's like already in a full sprint away from the sea.
Now you're hearing him like, hey kid, wait up! As John's character's running behind. So theater of the mind here a little bit. You guys are in this urban fantasy, whereas if you've ever been to like the Bronx or any of the boroughs of New York, anything like that, that's kind of what this is like. Like buildings really close together, semi-busy traffic, and you guys are on a pretty main street right now. So we're talking like five lane, traffic both ways plus middle turn lane. For one, everybody, go ahead and give me a lore roll, or if there's another skill that you have that you think would be appropriate into determining where you guys may be, feel free to roll that. Okay.
I'm shitty expertise.
So, after running a little bit, Fate, you see some like municipality signs, and you realize that that you're in the city of Noctis Haven, and with a 17, so Noctis Haven kind of has a reputation. Its busy areas, its downtown area has skyscrapers, full on city or urban city sprawl, but it has a lot of old magic. So a lot of these skyscrapers have runes on the side of them, and they kind of echo out arcane energy. How would Fate know of this city? Would it be more of like reading about it and hearing about it, or have they maybe been here before?
They've probably been traveling around this area with his camp, and they pointed it out to him.
Okay. And would this would have been something like off in the distance, like that's the city over there, or would it have been like you guys actually like maneuvered through the urban sprawl?
Probably just off in the distance. Some people would point it out. We would make camp, and a small group would go to trade, and we would stay back.
Okay. So then for the first time, you find yourself in the middle of this, not quite in the busiest areas, not in the downtown area by any means, but in a busy enough area that if you're someone who's not really used to the city life, that it could be pretty overwhelming. Um, with that in mind, you all are traveling down a main street. Cops are coming from multiple directions. Do you continue on the main street and hope that they pay no attention to the people running, because there are others running because there was just a huge explosion, or do you all try to slip into a side street alley type deal to get off of the main area? You're on mute, Adam. You're still on mute, Adam.
How about now?
Now you're good.
Yeah, I hit the pedal, and nothing. I'm gonna keep running with the crowd.
Okay. Go ahead and give me stealth rolls, both of you. You could do it at advantage, since how you are blending in with the other people running.
I just want to see something. If I go like this, does this do advantage, or is that just
No, advantage
it
still
just-
works.
Well, I was gonna see if it did it like if I right clicked and add another die, if it did advantage or it just
Oh, no.
added them together.
It just adds them, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Ignore the 32.
Yeah. All three of you rolled a 14. Oh, John didn't roll with advantage, so hold on.
Roll less, please. Damn it.
Uh,
That'd be so good.
All right, so you all start running down the side of the streets, and maybe 15 seconds or so of running down the streets, and you see a car whip from one of the other streets onto this one, and they drive right past you. You hear
What time of day
the...
is it?
What's that?
What time of day?
It's daytime.
Okay. Like that's what I was getting at. Like bright day, like sun's top of the sky, or is it?
It is
I did have a 5 on my awareness.
yeah, I mean, the sun is out.
Okay.
The time of day probably be a little bit hard. God damn it. I opened up your actions tab and it was like, hey, you want to see some errors?
I'll give you all the errors from my actions tab at once.
Give me an assess roll. So given the fact the sun is pretty much right above you, you would guess it's around that like noon, bless you. That early afternoonish time is what you would think it is. And you're on mute
Good.
again.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I was making sure I muted for that because I wanted you for that.
Yeah, so you all keep running, and you notice the cops go past. You hear the blaring of a fire truck up off in the distance as the fire truck kind of zips past you all. And for the moment, it seems like you have gotten away without any unwanted attention for now. During the chaos and everything, you guys did lose sight of the 3 prisoners that were in there with you. So all 3 of you in this foreign city, a fairly populated, very active city. The 3 of you are all that you know right now. Once you get away from the chaos a little bit, what's the first thing on your guys' mind?
food.
Money and food.
Okay. In which order?
I need money to buy food and get out of these clothes.
Okay.
For money. Because I'm still in this guard outfit.
Yeah. I assume you would have put your clothes in the bag or something that you're wearing.
Over top because it was too big.
Okay, that works.
So I could just strip out of this and be in my normal clothes, but
Okay. So I guess that
We're
does
like-
bear asking. So how do you plan on making money, finding money, obtaining money?
what were our clothes like before? Were they like jumpsuits or were they
Do you tell me?
normal? Well, like were we put into jumpsuits in there? No,
Nope.
so we would have had our street clothes that we
Yep.
came. We would okay, our normal everyday clothes.
Yep, whatever
That's what
whatever you were picked up in is what you were wearing.
Okay. Oh, let's see. I would ask, you guys know how you can make money?
John's like,
You're
I know
in
how
the.
we can get money.
Don't either of you got like a job?
It's like, I'm not from around here, man.
I don't know this place at all. Don't have an ID, don't have anything.
I can do card tricks on the street.
Be a start.
I mean, might not be the most legal way to do it, but I know how we could get some money. What I see is someone
Without
who's
robbing a
good
bank?
at acting and someone who's good at distracting.
Without robbing a bank?
A bank? I'm thinking more like a convenience store. Little reach in, grab some money. I'm not trying to rob a bank without a weapon.
Look through these real quick. What would that be?
What's that?
To like think over a subject, like to debate this with myself. I'm trying to think.
Assess?
It would be assess.
Yeah. So what are you trying to determine?
The cops are already busy.
That's what I'm saying. If we're going to do it, now's a good time.
I'll look at fate.
What do you want me to decide?
Are you in, or you don't want nothing to do with this?
Sure. He pulls out his knife and starts swinging it around again.
John's like, hey, you need to put that away for now.
Back
Hopefully
up.
we're not going to need that.
Last case scenario. Find some place that has less cameras. I'm assuming cameras are an issue here.
Yeah. All right. Everybody can go ahead and give me a awareness roll. Sin, I will say for fate, if you heard of any areas that you might be able to use here, like when your people from your camp, if they told you specific information about a place or anything like that, that you can roll this with advantage to remember that. If you don't think they would have, then you don't have to. Welcome back.
Great. It's fucking great. I'm not very aware.
Since how you already got this on speed dial, give me a 1d24.
It doesn't roll it. It's just there.
Yep.
Okay. So, 9 hours seems a little excessive. Mars. Knock it off. Let's say that with your
90 minutes.
guys's great rolls, yeah, let's say it takes about an hour and a half, and within that time you notice that there's we'll call it 3 potential targets that you could do, depending on what you all think is best. Um, so there's a gas station that you notice that is off of two, like off the intersection of 2 streets that are like a little bit busier streets, but not nearly as busy as where you were. Uh, Gives you a great opportunity for escape, but also has the risk of someone inadvertently stumbling upon what you're doing. Um, you found a convenience store that you could go to. Convenience store is offset from the main road a little bit. There's a parking lot that's a little bit bigger. It is kind of in the middle of a stretch of road, so your escape would be a little bit more difficult as there's not many options for where to go. Um, or there's a laundromat that you may be able to go into. The laundromat would probably be a little bit more smash and grab. You would have to actually like break open the change machines to be able to get the money out of it. But collectively, those would be the 3 things that you all have found as ways that you may be able to make some quick money.
How do you feel about the convenience store?
I've never done this. Sure.
John's like, all right, if we're going to do this, kid, you be the distraction. Just ask the clerk a bunch of questions. And then we'll handle the rest.
What you want me to do?
Well, if it comes down to it, you might be the one that's going to have to talk them into not calling the police or anything. But ideally, you're just going to help be my eyes. We'll get the register open, get some cash, get out of there.
Let me know. I mean, I can stand outside spewing these poems or say some poems and try to prevent people from coming in more aggressively
All right.
focusing them.
Well, let's go.
Okay.
And John pulls up the hood on his hoodie and starts walking across the street towards the convenience store.
Were you able to hear what I was saying with the poems outside, standing outside?
If you say them loud enough, they'll be able to.
Well, like, were you? Yeah, okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah. Brain took a second to load. Don't mind me. Damn, son. I know it's a 24, but 20s. 2 20s. Yeah.
All right. So, when you guys get there, then Fate heads inside, John heads inside, Adam's staying outside.
I'll start saying my poems nice and loud. And start with Inspire as they go in.
Yeah, go ahead and give me the performance roll. Um, uh,
Oh, hang on. Same square, anyways. It danced on the 20 for a second.
let's give it a. Okay. So, the store clerk, he sees you guys walk in, and then he kind of like. Actually, let's do one of these too. Awareness is experience, right?
Mm. Yes.
Okay. So you guys walk in, and store clerk's just some young kid, maybe like early 20s, and he's sitting on a stool behind the register, and he has a magazine open, and he's got his elbow on the counter where you would pay at, and he's just got his nose in this magazine. He sees you guys walk in, and he's just like, hey, and then like doesn't even look past the magazine. And then Adam, as you start doing your poetry outside, he kind of like closes it on his thumb for a second, and he leans forward, and he like looks at you through the window, and he just shakes his head, and then he pulls the magazine out. Uh, and Johnny kind of like kneels down next to you, Fate, and he's like, hey, all right, what I need you to do is I'm gonna start making my way towards the front. You go in the back and find something and ask this guy all the questions about it. Try to get him to go over there to you. And while you do that, I'm gonna slip behind the register, try to get it open, try to get us some money.
Okay. Okay.
He like kind of like he like pushes you a little bit like in that direction, and then he turns around and he starts walking like towards the front, and he's just picking things up off like the end cap and looking at it like he's reading the ingredients. He's like, got to make sure there's no gluten in it.
Or me making sure there's no gelatin in anything. I hate that.
So, Fate's gonna look around the store as he's walking to the back and like just looking for random items. Sees something, grabs it, goes to like the back corner of the store, and as he's back there, he's like looking over the box, turning it around, then peeks his head around. Can you help me with this? I don't know how to size these right.
He's like, size them? What do you mean size them?
This one says for extra large, and he holds up a box of condoms.
Um, the guy like, I'm not, I'm not sure I'm the one that should be helping you with this, little man.
Do you not have that much experience with?
That,
Is there anyone else that can help me?
What would we do for this? I like this.
Hang on, let me add that real quick. How was there a way to add a like a my endeavor die, where would I add that? So I can just, without having to always add the +3,
I don't know if you
like a
can.
D4 +3.
I don't know if you can add it just with like a click of a button. I guess you could do like an ability
Oh,
that adds a um like skill 1d4. God damn it, Adam.
Did it air you?
Yeah. um 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 what would you call that? Perception, persuasion. I like persuasion. Persuasion versus his resist condition.
Hang on, let me get this endeavor die real quick. Uh, 1d4 +3. Does that work like that? No, it won't work like that.
I just rolled it for now.
Yep. So +3. 1d4. It didn't add it, so 6. Add 6 to whatever your roll is.
Yeah, so go ahead and do a persuasion +6. I like that.
I have an idea.
What's that?
No, it's not there right now. But once you get the correct ability scores in for damage, just roll as damage. It'd just be like this.
Why would you do that?
Now it's automated as a D4 +3.
You could do that if you do skill as well.
Oh, you can do a D4 with skills?
Yeah, man. Like I said, just add the action to add skill : 1d4 +3.
Oh, I see.
And then it'll add that to all skill rolls.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, Sin. Did you do that already? You did. Okay, 14,
14.
against his resist condition. And he like kind of slams the magazine down. He's like, I've had plenty of experience. More than you, I'm sure. And then he's gonna roll his deception roll. And he comes over, and he just like points at like the magnums. He's like, those are the ones you want to get right there. So yeah, he heads over there, and like as soon as he goes from behind the counter and goes over there, you see out of your peripheral John start to like you gotta do skill all capital : 1d4. You see John out of your peripheral like kind of like move over towards the register, like he's looking at things in the front of it. And then you see him just sort of like walk casually behind the counter, and he begins to mess with the register. So I'm gonna need him to roll a stealth thievery roll, and we're gonna call it. What would we call this? We'll call it a DC 25 is what he's gonna need. So I'm just gonna roll 2d20.
If he can hear me, give me a second. I'll add this to him.
You don't need to do anything special with it. Stealth will be 5. Thievery will be 3. So +8 plus 1d4 plus 3.
Do those explode?
No.
Endeavor dice don't explode?
Only damage and health.
Okay.
Healing and damage. If you do an Endeavor die as an attack, it would.
Okay.
But it's only for damage and for healing. For skill rolls, it's just what it is. But either way, that's a 28 plus 8 is a 36 plus another 3 is a 39. So he gets it with advantage. We'll say no complications at all in this. He kind of slips back there, and Fate, you hear just a little click noise, like a kind of a digital click, is all that you hear out of this. But this guy is like in your ear talking about, like, oh yeah, you don't want those. Those are for like little dicks, and if you buy these, and people know you got a big one. Like that's how it works. And he's not really paying attention. So we'll say, everybody go ahead and roll me 2d20. And we're going to take the highest from everybody's roll. All right, so 15 and 15 is 30 and 16, $46 is what he manages to get out of this register at noon. So he reaches in, grabs, kind of closes it, and then he just like heads back out. And as you see him walk in front of the end cap area there, he kind of like gives you a nod with his head.
Fate's just smiling at this guy as he's talking about all these different sizes, and like the box that he was holding, he like hits it against his chest, like, you sound dumb, and runs out the store.
With it?
No, he hits it against the cash register's chest to like leave
Oh,
it there.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, you sound dumb, little dick kid. Puts it back on there.
Did anyone in the store that heard him say that?
No. And then as he gets back to the register.
Nope, I didn't hear it. I am not aware at all. Holy shit.
Oh, I didn't realize all these rolls were hidden from you guys.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, everything that the clerk rolled, he did not do well. His appeal roll was his deception roll. That was the only one that he actually rolled okay on. And he has no modifiers either, so like that is just what he rolled. Yeah, so as you start running out, John looks at the guy and he's like, "Kids, am I right?" And then he like turns around and just walks out. And he kind of just like hits you on the shoulder. And then he just starts walking.
Gonna run past Adam, like as he's running past. I didn't have to stab him, and he goes around the corner.
Chuckling, still saying these poems a bit softer now as he just walks away and just follows them.
All right. Yeah, so you all kind of make it down the street a little bit, and as you walk quickly away, not run or anything, but just kind of with a determined pace. Get down the street a little ways, and then he he pulls out the money, and he has 4 10s, a 5, and a 1. And he's like, I didn't want him to notice it, so I didn't take too much. But this will at least get us started, and then we can go from there. And he's gonna give 2 10s to Fate. He's gonna give one of the 10s and the 1 to Adam, and then he's keeping a 5 and a 10 for himself. He goes, little man did all the work, so he gets to have most of the money.
Fine by me.
He's like, all right. I don't know about you, but being in that convenience store made me hungry. Let's go find some food.
Find someplace cheap. Super cheap.
Like, all right, little man, what sounds good?
A burger.
All right, let's go find a burger. And you guys continue walking around trying to find a good burger joint. Go ahead and give me awareness rolls, please.
How low is it gonna go this time? Yeah. It's getting worse. It's increasingly gone down by 1.
I think he has something in his eye.
I started at a 6. Yeah, 6, 6. Been going down.
Fate. As you all are walking looking for a burger joint, you notice this black van with tinted windows drive by, and then you notice a few seconds later that the van is now on your side of the road, and it's driving slowly towards you guys.
It's slow rolling us.
You don't notice it.
I know. I know I don't.
Fate's gonna move to the side of the sidewalk, like furthest away from the street.
Uh-huh.
So like putting John and Adam in between him and the van.
Okay.
And as he's walking, he's just like hands in his pocket, looking at the ground as he walks. I think that van is lost.
Why?
It's passed by us already. It's moving slow now.
Oh, well then. With you saying that, can I do that work? Let me see it. Here we go. The poem will change a little bit, and then you'll start to get like amped up almost by the poem. I'm gonna do rouse, and I'm gonna be, as long as I mention I'm gonna keep up the poem, I'm gonna be actively maintaining them.
Okay.
Cliff.
Yep.
I still have inspire.
So you've been maintaining it this whole time?
Mm-hmm.
I will say, to maintain balance with it and to maintain some semblance of reality, like, you can't have conversations if you're saying your poem. So if you guys have been talking and discussing, like, where you're going to eat or anything during this walk, you would have had to drop that poem.
You'll get like brief 1 or 2 words out of him.
Even so, I would say that's going to break it.
Okay.
Just because otherwise, what stops you from, like, starting up this epic poem at the start of your day, and then I'm just going to maintain it the rest of the day forever.
Yeah, that's fair. So I won't have inspire, but I will have bolster now.
Bolster or rouse? Because you just said rouse, so I just want to...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and give me that performance roll.
Advantage. Is there a hotkey for advantage?
Yeah, the ADV at the bottom left.
Is there like on the keyboard hotkey?
I don't think so.
Boom.
Hey.
I'm gonna add inspired to that.
Okay. Okay, so you start doing that, and right around the time that you start picking up this poem, Adam, you guys hear the revving of the engine, and this van pulls up fast, slams on its brake right next to you, and you see the back door slide open. I need everybody to give me a resist condition, DC 27.
You can hear me, so hang on before you have roll John's.
Why?
Because it expires on roll. Hang on. Yeah. There it goes. And then I don't get the effect of it myself.
That didn't roll right for me.
What do you mean?
What's your
It rolled with a +1.
Okay.
wait?
What's your nerve?
Why? It
Um,
didn't roll right for me either. I have a +2 to nerve for that.
yeah, my nerve is 3, then a +2 on top of that.
+2. +2. +2. It rolled John's, right?
Like I clicked on the +2, and it gave me a -1.
Huh.
So how the nat 20 gonna work with this, Cliff?
Huh.
You able to look at the log, see what it's rolling?
I mean,
Like
that's,
what
that
like
is what it's rolling.
it's pulling that.
Yeah, like that is exactly what it's rolling.
Well, it's like, is it pulling nerve as a skill or the ability?
It doesn't say. Like, this is just shows.
okay.
I mean, that's what's associated with it, so it should be.
Mm-hmm.
If I change it to talent, that
Yep.
works.
Yeah. My -1 is my. I don't have a -1.
Well, it's happening for Sin too, so I'm assuming something's
It's a nerve
botched
issue.
with nerve. Yeah. Also, interestingly, I just opened up your actions tab and didn't get a bunch of errors.
Once you open it once, you don't get the errors again.
Okay. All right. I'll look into that too. Let me add that to my list.
So 22, nat 20.
So a nat 20 does not mean you automatically succeed. It means the best possible situation. So, given whatever, goddamn, John rolled shitty. Given what everybody rolls, here's what I'll say for you. The door opens, and as the door opens, you see something is thrown on the ground in front of you. Go ahead and give me an awareness roll, or assess. I'll leave that up to you. Okay. You see something got thrown on the ground in front of you. Best you could tell, it looks like an explosive of some sort. With your nat 20, what do you do with that information?
Hmm. Not gonna be able to. Probably won't be able to see who's inside the van. I'd probably go to look to see what I see inside the van.
You see what appears to be 3 people in the back, all wearing ski masks.
Okay. Would I have the ability to pull out the taser and try to shoot at one?
So you've seen something thrown in front of you, you're going to reach and then try to take a shot.
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and make a ranged weaponry roll, please.
Just gonna say revolver, but it's the same roll. Apparently I'm targeting
God, why are you
John.
shooting John? That's rude.
'Cause I gave him the inspire.
So yeah, that's gonna be a hit with a +5. Actually, yeah, that's a hit with a +5. And go ahead and roll the damage, which is just a D4.
D4 plus
reflex.
1.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can roll the D4 with advantage.
Advantage on the D4. It didn't roll it. So there's the advantage. And then there's the exploding.
All right. 7
So
damage, 8 damage. Okay. So this thing gets thrown in front of you, and you turn and hit this guy with the taser. He has to make a resist condition roll, which is nerves, so that'll be fun. Let's see if it does it right for the enemies.
Do I still have an action point? Or no, I wouldn't. Also, I was hidden from us if you're trying to keep that everything visible.
It did the -1 for mine too. So nerve rolls are just rolling at a -1 for some reason.
Okay, nerve broken.
Okay. So he made his nerve check, so he's not convulsing.
Mm-hmm.
As you turn, shoot this, you hear this loud pop, and as you are hit with this concussion grenade, all 3 of you are stunned, essentially. But as soon as this thing goes off, all of a sudden your ears are ringing, you're seeing vision trails. The guy that you shot, like as you're sort of recoiling a little bit, you look up and see him jump out of this van, and he is holding this weapon that is this large blade. He's holding it like a handle upside down, and the blade goes on the bottom side of his arm. And he hits you with this, and he gives you a nice little scar. What is the scar that he gives you? Didn't your character have the scar?
Do what? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, what are you talking about, Scar? It would make sense canonically at this point if I had the scar before, but it would be a scar going across his eye and down. It nicks his nose, so corner of his nose is just gone, and then it goes down all the way to the bottom of his chin. Like it takes the small corner of his nose clean off.
Okay, so part of like nostril.
Yeah.
And was that his left side?
Yes.
Okay.
Left side going across to the right at about here on his chin.
Okay.
So here to here. Outside of the eyebrow to the bottom of the chin.
Okay. I added that to the note section of your sheet. And you see him after he does that, he pulls the taser prongs out. Mark down on your sheet too that you only have 2 ammo left of that now. And you see these guys run up. They throw a bag over John's head. They grab him and they throw him in the van. And as you two are recoiling, they slam the door and peel off.
Okay. Plus, it's going to be
Also, Adam.
3 damage. It's electro damage.
Yeah. Also, Adam. You take 4 points of slashing damage. It says piercing, but it's slashing damage from this attack. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna be an asshole. I'm gonna do rule of cool on this. You take 7 points of slashing damage.
He didn't even roll to hit me.
Nope. He sure didn't. Actually, I take that back. That should be 8 points. 8 points of slashing damage because the critical should have been full die plus roll. So you
Is he a boss mob or something?
No, he was standard. Bosses get to explode. Standard mobs get criticals. Minions don't get criticals.
Minions, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So you take 8 points of slashing damage as this person hits you with this weapon that you've probably never seen before. And the other 2 grab John, throw him in the van, and then peel off.
Wouldn't it be 9? Or no, wouldn't it be 10? Because it's 6 plus 1 would be 7 plus 3 would be 10.
Well, the 3 should have been a 6.
Plus 1 for the roll.
Yeah.
Would have been 7. And then there's a plus 3 modifier.
Oh, the plus 3 I didn't take into consideration. Okay, you got 10 points damage. Which makes more sense because if it's going to leave a scar, like...
And it cleaved off part
of your nose, yeah. Like 4 damage doesn't seem like thematically appropriate for this here. Now, it doing 10/13 of your life, that seems a little bit more appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you hear the van squeal off, and then Fate, as your ear ringing starts to die down a little bit, you would see Adam holding his face and blood just trickling down his arm.
I'd be on the ground.
Yeah, Fate's gonna kneel in front of him, then sit cross-legged, and as he's rubbing his eyes, pull out his deck and start going through cards just as fast as he can.
Hang on. So Cliff,
Yeah.
you know I'm gonna try to bullshit this.
Uh-huh.
Increase an ally's healing. Is that the healing ability or the healing that they receive?
It's the healing ability, the healing that they do. So it could be
Okay.
used on you, but I'm going to go ahead and just stop you right there that you're...
I know.
Well, I guess would your guy as a tranquility, meditation thing, maybe start humming to himself or...
Hey, that's his go-to. It's everything either... Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, in the cell, I already said this. His calming was
Counting
yep,
the
counting, but it was counting verses.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I figured you were counting syllables or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the
Um
word. Thank you.
so I'll let you bullshit it, but you're gonna bullshit it with triple disadvantage. So because you already have advantage, you would be with double disadvantage. So go ahead and roll 3 die, and we're gonna take the lowest of it.
+8.
Yeah.
I still get
So
my 10 because those two.
3.
I'm saying those other two kind of dropped because I can't really do a poem with my face cleaved off.
So if the other 2 dropped,
Didn't net one, so it didn't take damage from it. I just didn't maintain them, so they just ended.
sure.
All endeavors last until the end,
Mm-hmm.
and then unless they maintain, there's no consequence to it.
Yep. Yep. You're good. Um, and sure, we'll say the 11 passes. Um,
So is there a way for the effect for only healing die?
you would have to do the
Like,
same thing, but instead of skill, do heal,
okay.
and then you do target, and then when they roll the healing die, it would
Mhm.
add that to it.
Yep. Will it pursue on me, and then once you get there,
I don't even know if Sin has
if
anything built to be able to do it, so
if you decide to, once you get there,
and I think actually if you do die and do like 1d4 plus 3 space heal, I think it'll do it automatically.
well, it only increases, so I'm not actually healing myself.
Right? No, I'm saying for him.
Oh, I see.
Like if he doesn't have anything built, I think you could literally do /die whatever you would roll space heal, and it'll automatically do it as healing.
So, Fate will be sitting down in front of you, tearing through his deck. If you notice at all, he keeps pulling out different cards, and it's all the same card over and over again. And he's just like throwing them behind him. He's like,
So
this for now.
even though I can't see it, when you throw them behind you, are they just disappearing, going back in the deck?
Mm-hmm. And like, the blood that's like trickling down your face is like, it's pulling heavy in your hands. Then it goes out of your hands back. It feels like it's going back on your face. Any drops are like hitting the ground, coming back up. The puddle's getting wider and smaller, and it's just some drops are suspended mid-air as he's just throwing through all these cards.
What was that one?
That's just him
Oh,
freaking out at the moment.
because you're Chrono, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Then he finds one. He's like, "This will help for now," and just like slaps it against the top of your head. D6.
Did it not work?
What do you think? You might just rolled a d6.
Yeah, I don't have anything built in for any of these.
So do type /roll 1d6 space heal.
Well, this isn't a heal. This is temporary hit points.
Oh, right. Temp, space temp.
Yeah, I think that would work, but that's gonna be changed anyways. I don't think I'm doing temporary hit points, so it'll be just flat out healing.
Sweet, 2 heals. Like it.
Yeah. So actually, I'm curious if I just do. I don't have anybody targeted, so it won't work for me. I don't think. Let's do. If I do this, clear that. Do this, and then do this. What if I do? Target 1d6 heal. Die 1d6. Is there any pluses? No.
No.
Heal. Okay. Did that heal any? No, it
No.
did not. Okay. Whatever. We'll just do. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, so you notice like some of the blood pooling in your hand, like you just feel it like start running up your face.
Would that be affected by my healing that my
Oh yeah, that
soothe?
should. So then roll a d4 as well, son.
And again,
Explode?
because
And
it's
again,
healing.
yep, heals explode.
And again.
Again. Again.
4, 8, 12,
Okay.
Um,
13, 14, 15, 16, or 15, 16, 17.
yeah. So you see all the blood that's on the ground that's in your hand start to like, and it goes back in, and by the time like you move your hand, like you could feel the chunk of your nose still missing, and you could feel like the heat from where your skin was torn. But what Fate can see that you cannot right now is that you have this scar that now goes all the way down your left side, chewed off a piece of your nostril and down to the right side of your chin, just under your lips. But all the blood and everything that was on the ground has sucked back into your face, and you don't see any stains on the ground of the blood or anything.
Are there any people around us?
Yeah,
Like
I'm
that-
pretty sure there's probably
general.
quite a few.
Yeah, I want to know reactions.
Oh my god.
Couple ones,
Um,
couple 220s, 2 1s.
yeah, I mean, roll 23 on average out of 20 d20, so, no, what, 10 on average, so, I mean, pretty average. For the most part, most people don't really say much, and but a couple of them, when this whole thing happened, when the concussion grenade went off and everything, they had started to run over to assist. And like as someone's like coming by, like hey buddy, are you all right? You would feel that card hit the top of your head, and then all of a sudden you see it all gets reversed back in, and you hear a couple people gasp and like. The guy that's talking to you, though, he doesn't seem too phased by it. He's kind of knelt down next to you at this point, and he's like, "You all right? You want me to call the cops?"
Still kind of dazed and back to his counting, but
He's like, I'll call you an ambulance." And he kind of looks at like the blood getting reversed back in. He's like, "Yeah, you might still want to get that checked out."
I'll be fine. Shaking his head, kind of blinking real fast, trying to clear his mind.
You sure?
Yeah. You can't afford anything right now.
I'll let both of you roll awareness with advantage. We'll take the highest of the 4.
Go at him.
It's the best one I've gotten.
All right, so we'll take the 24 then. And some lady runs by, runs across the street, and she's like, I got the license plate number if you want to call the cops." And she has this little like post-it that she has like wrote the numbers on, and she hands it to you.
Thank you. Still kind of out of it. Thank you. Get up and lean against the building and catch my breath for a second, and then look around and see whereabouts we're at, what's around us.
Sure. You'd have to give me your own awareness roll for that though. Hey, doing okay.
Going back downhill. Going back downhill.
Looking around, I mean, you're
Before you
kind
say
of
that, I'm gonna roll it again. For disadvantage. Because my eye is kind of still, yes, it got healed, but I do have a nice new scar over my eye.
yeah. So like, as you take a second and kind of gather your thoughts and look around at, you know, the crowd starting to disperse and people still giving you looks, um, you're kind of taken aback by the fact that you're sort of in the middle of like nowhere, um, as in like there's no real businesses or any buildings of note. You're in like a mostly like residential area that you guys have turned down to at this point. So you got like the, you know, the like townhouses, like the conjoined townhouses, and nothing really of note in this area. So that strikes you kind of curious, that this this van found you guys there.
Mm-hmm. Where's the nearest police station?
You asking some rando?
Mm-hmm.
They'll tell you just about 3 miles down the road. You're gonna enter back into the downtown area, and about a block in, you're gonna notice it.
Thank you. I'm gonna look around me and try to see if there's an address I can see.
Like just like on the anywhere.
Like like close to where we're at.
Yeah. So you'd see address on the side that you're on or opposite of you.
Right where I'm at.
On the side that you're on, you would see 2313.
Okay. And then, let's get going. And as we pass across street, I'm gonna look at the street sign, see what street we're on.
Yep. You're on Arbor.
Okay. Start walking that 3 miles.
Fate is still like throwing cards to the side and shuffling his deck and tossing new cards and everything while he walks.
Bitch.
Yeah, Cliff, if you look at the actions tab, I'm slowly building the effects for each one.
Yeah, I noticed it. We just got to make sure we get the like I said, I got to get the aura mod put in here so it actually works.
You should also do the disadvantage mod, where it shows what's first. Because this is something I like to know in case we accidentally roll with advantage when we shouldn't.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can do that. And then I got to get advanced effects so that way we can actually do the better effects there.
Is that one only 5e? I thought that I saw that in the name.
It is, but I literally built this off of 5e.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'll be honest. If I pulled that scar out of my ass.
Good. That's the whole point. That's why I purposefully didn't ask about it until now. Um, I had planned on introducing all of your guys' weaknesses that make sense
Mm-hmm.
thematically throughout.
Um,
Uh, go ahead.
so after like going through deck after deck, shuffling and pulling out different cards, he finally gets one and like runs in front of you and like hits it against your chest as it like um, goes around your whole body,
Mm-hmm.
and it's another heal.
Nothing changes. You would still have that soothe because I'm keep myself focused, but after a minute, it just stopped and
And after like finishes, like the effect washes over you and nothing changes. He won't walk. He'll keep looking down at his cards and just like look up at you and be like, "What the fuck?"
something wrong.
It's I can't heal it.
Heal what? I mean, feel better, all things considered.
And he'll keep looking at his cards and keep going.
Cliff, I
Yeah.
took the young. What would be the maximum age you think it could be?
Probably like 17, 18.
I'll say the younger side of that, 17. Enough to be out of school.
Update your character sheet with it.
Woo. There you go. And how tall are elders?
They're just like humans, so you could be like, you know, uh, mid 6 foot is like on the tall side of things.
Okay. So,
One of the kids come in there a fart or something. Son, what are you doing?
okay. 6'2". Okay. Yeah. And what happened there? Do you remember? What all do you remember?
I Something messed up my eyes and my hearing. Then the other guy got grabbed, and you were stabbed. It's kind of it.
Mm. I'm gonna look at the plate, see the plate number that I'm sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
If you actually
is
open
it
up the note, I have the plate number in there.
no?
Yeah.
No, where?
In your inventory.
Oh, I see.
And if you actually click the little icon, I actually have the plate number there for you. Yes, I did just create an Excel file to do random letters and numbers and hit refresh on it a bunch of times while you were talking and actually created a plate number for you.
Not surprised. No, just take out the leather-bound notebook. If it was linked, hang on. Say assess if I'm trying to compare it to something. No.
Yeah, I mean that sounds right.
Like I'm like if it was linked to the place we just blew up, it would have took all of us.
I mean, what kind of logical threads are you trying to connect here?
Why they took him?
Um, I would say you probably don't have enough information to be able to put things together. You could
No,
definitely.
I'm not trying to put things together. I'm just trying to put it together in my mind. Like if it was this, then they would have took all of us. But if not, then there's something else at play here.
Sure. Go ahead and roll and assess.
Nope, I don't realize that.
Nope. I mean, your head still, your head is pounding, your ears are ringing, your face is on fire, probably even more so than what you're used to. Um, yeah, you're not really thinking straight about it. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Why him? My only him.
And like fate like bumps into you while you're talking and looks up, looks back down at his cards. I I don't know.
It'll take a second when you look up at him. Really look at you. How old are you?
12?
Parents?
Like shrugs.
You have them though?
Shrugs again and like shakes his head.
So you're just on your own?
I had a camp.
And you're just taken from there, you think? Do you not remember?
No. Last I remember we were passing through and someone mentioned the city off in the distance. A few days later, I woke up in that holding cell.
I should get out of these clothes. These guard clothes. Doesn't look quite right to me. And be in like a shirt and tie. Dress pants. I was here for business. Got in. I don't even know anymore how long ago. Just I don't know. I didn't even get a chance to explore the city.
Yeah, they try to keep the younger people from camp from the cities and big areas of people.
How many people in your camp?
It's like 15.
A lot of kids or more adults?
More adults. There's like 4 kids than me.
Those- Okay, I'll actually realize this one. He'll stop. Dead stop.
Bump into your back again.
If we go to that police station, they're going to start asking some very uncomfortable questions and they might not let us leave. You're 12. I'm 17. Cliff, would same real world things apply, like 18's age majority, where technically I have parents that they'd have to respond to?
No,
Or
not quite. No, I would say that the dynamics are a little bit different in this new world, just given the fact of like everything that they've been through.
Mhm.
So I don't think it would be quite like that. But I mean, you're not wrong about like being young and if you show up with a 17-year-old, a 12-year-old just show up at a police station and say, "Hey, a friend of ours that I don't know his name was just grabbed and put into a van," like that would probably raise some questions. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't
Um,
even. Go ahead.
and given the line of thought here, with your nat 20, I will say that when you first were talking to John, he said that he'd been in jail before, and then he also said something to one of you guys about, oh, it's your first time. So like he made comments alluding to the fact that like he's probably had a quasi regular run in with the law. So why he was taken could be there could be other factors at play here. You think?
Maybe it was the police that actually took him, or someone he upset.
I think
But
if it was the police, that one guy wouldn't have came out and cut you, then ran away.
I did shoot him with a taser.
That I might be wrong, but that doesn't sound right still.
Regardless, I think going to the police is a bad idea.
So what do we do?
You still hungry?
Always.
Let's find those burgers you were looking for. All right,
He finally
we're yeah,
puts the cards away and starts looking around.
looking for a burger joint again.
Yeah.
Backyard City.
Uh. So I will say, Sin, with your upbringing, would you like inherently even trust the police?
Probably not. Probably wouldn't trust anyone that's from a city.
Okay.
So what I would have done, taking off the guard clothes. I would have just took off the top. So I had my shirt and tie. And then if I found a garbage can, I would have threw it away. And then
Just straight in the trash.
once we get to the restaurant, I'll end up taking the bottoms off and then being as full semi business or business casual.
Are you keeping the vest?
Good point. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna put that in the bag for now.
Okay.
Is it like just like a stab vest?
Yeah, it's like a kind of like a thin Kevlar vest.
Yeah, a stab like a what a police car wear, a stab vest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would go in the bag for now until we get to the restaurant. Then I'll put that on underneath.
Okay. All right.
And then
Yeah, you guys find this you guys have been walking for probably, close to a mile at this point towards the police station before you had this epiphany. And you've gotten into the area where like you're starting to get the mix of like it's houses and then there's like a couple like bodegas and some businesses thrown in there and then there's houses again. And on the corner of the street here, you find this diner that's like an old 1950s diner. Like aesthetically, it looks like a 1950s diner. It has like the bar stool seating and the large wraparound counter. And with it being early afternoon, it's pretty crowded. But as you guys approach it, the smell hits you of the burgers. Like the entire area is just wafting with the scent of burgers, and with you all being not only hungry but specifically for burgers, like this thing just hits you like a lure.
I'll gesture towards it. What do you think?
He's already walking towards it. He's like, let's hurry.
Okay. You want us at the bar or at a table or booth?
Booth? Booth.
One of you, first come, first serve. Give me a D100 roll. Okay. Yep, so you get into a booth, and not too long after sitting down, a waitress comes up, and she's on roller skates. And she stops and she's kind of chewing gum obnoxiously. And she's like, "What y'all gonna have today?"
Yeah, menus.
She just points on the table. There's like menus. They're like small laminated menus. They're kind of tucked behind the napkins and the sugar.
I'm gonna take it out. Look at the pricing on the burgers.
Everything's fairly cheap. I mean, like a burger is like $5. Milkshake's like $3. Fries are an extra $2.
Burger, fries, peanut butter chocolate milkshake.
And you look at the menu for a second, just put it down. One meal, large.
She kind of like stops for a second and just like blows a bubble. What
I'm gonna look.
kind of
What is he-
meal?
I'm gonna look what he's pointing at. Are you pointing into the menu?
Yeah, he's pointing to like the option number one.
Oh, is it just a burger, fries, and a large drink?
Whatever option number one is.
Oh.
Whatever that combo is.
Give me a D4. All right, so we're gonna say it's a dinner combo number one. Sure, we'll say it's burgers. Actually, we'll say it's a chili dog fries, and a fountain drink.
But you wanted the burger.
Yeah, but like this looks like it has more and it's better.
Is there a burger combo on the menu?
Yeah, so it's number 3.
Look at that one. Point at that one. There's your burger you wanted.
Yeah, that.
She's like, "Do you want a milkshake too?"
Yeah. Strawberry.
She just reaches in front of you, grabs the 2, like puts it back in the bag. She's like, "All right, I'll be right back out with it."
Thank you. All right, Cliff, is this a tipping culture or waitresses are actually paid culture?
That's a good question. So, guess I could go either way. High or low, Adam?
Sin.
Low.
I would say that it is a tipping culture.
Damn it.
I
I was hoping the other way so I could actually, have a tip besides $1.
Give me another lore roll, Adam, since how you said you were here on business. So you would know that this city is it's known for a lot of good things, but it also has a very shady government. Like a notoriously like corrupt government, like a with enough money you can do anything that you want in this city type culture.
Okay.
So as a result of that sort of mentality, you know that your basic workers and whatnot probably aren't making a whole lot of money.
In that case, I would have not have got the fries.
Okay.
So I can actually have enough money to tip.
You don't have enough money to tip. $10 for what you ordered.
I have 11.
Exactly. That's 10%.
I'm gonna get my spit at if I give someone 10% for like that.
You're a economically conscious 17-year-old.
Fair enough.
An economically
good
conscious
point.
17-year-old with $11 to his name, and you're worried about tipping the waitress.
No, I'm not. Give me the fries. I'm gonna get up and walk to the bathroom.
Okay, yeah. You bathrooms on the other side. You walk past the long counter, bunch of customers. They got a big jukebox right before you get to the bathroom.
I'll have my bag with me, and then go in there, change.
Okay.
Being a 17-year-old, I'm an intern, so makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Just building the story in my mind. Like, okay, changing that. Nope, that doesn't work. That works now.
And I don't know offhand how I can do this. I'm just gonna manually put that in there. That you have that vest on.
Okay.
Okay. And while while Adam's gone, getting dressed, she comes back out with the 2 milkshakes and puts them down in front of you guys. Well, in front of you and the other one on his side. She's like, "Food will be right out." And then she walks off. And Adam would be coming back probably right around that time.
Fate's just sitting there, like, kicking his legs back and forth.
All right.
Sorry. I'm typing.
The two of you add whatever modifiers you need to add to make it a +3 cooking. I need from both of you.
All right. If this wants to work this time.
So I need to be a +3, so that would be 7.
Oh, total is +3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the same. Do what you got to do to get it to +3.
Yeah, I did what I was supposed to do, but it's not.
Is cooking not calculating right either?
Hope it is.
Not
For me,
for
it is.
me.
What do you have for the cooking?
I have a +3, then another +2 on top of that.
It worked for me. I have a +2 and I added the +1.
So the reduction didn't work. I wonder what's the additional +2 for it?
Oh, it just points that I put in. Wait, no, that's talent. I have a
You have a,
makes you stronger.
oh, you have a +3 already, so you should have just rolled that flat. You rolled it with a -2, so that's why I did the +1.
Mm.
So okay, that one's working right. I just need to know if I need to write something else down that I need to go look at in the back code. So they come out with your guys' food and they set it down, and Adam, as you start digging into it, like, you don't know what it is right now, but like, this is like one of the best burgers you've ever had.
Start with the fries. Start much on the fries first.
Yeah, fries are like perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside, still a little mushy on the inside. The burger just smells amazing as it's wafting into your nose. Your peanut butter milkshake is perfectly blended and silky smooth. Sin, you Fate goes to bite into the burger and like the outside of it's hot and the inside's cold, almost like they microwaved it.
So, this is probably what he's used to, because any burger he's had, the people that come and get the supplies have to walk like a few hours out of town to even bring the food back.
So it tastes like nostalgia to you.
Right.
I'll say that the outside's a little charred, inside's a little cold. But I'm not a complete monster, so your strawberry milkshake is perfect.
Yeah, if they fuck that up,
Seeing him at least content with this food, I'll start eating.
Okay. And after you guys get about halfway through your meal, she walks back up and she's like, "You all want any dessert?"
I'm good.
And then she kind of scribbles on a piece of paper and she tears it off and she slaps it on the table and she's like, "We'll cash out whenever you're ready." And she walks
Thank
away and she left you a bill for $20 even.
I'll put my $10 in.
Yep.
You got 10?
my 10.
They're gonna want extra money for a tip. Look at my dollar. Put it there. I don't know if I would do that much. They have.
Pulls out another 10.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a lot. Can I see that for a second? And then I'll flag down the waitress. Can you break this into 5 and 5 ones?
Yeah, she does.
And then I'll do 3 more. No, hang on.
Give me a genius roll.
Yeah. It's taking me way too long to think about. 2 more, and then
Sure.
yeah, close enough. 2 more, and then hand her the $23.
Okay.
Hand him back the money.
Okay. So then, you said $23?
Mhm.
Okay. So then you have no money left, and then that would mean that Sin has
8.
Yep, 8 monies.
Yeah,
Uh,
$8 monies.
eight
Same
monies.
difference. Ow. Don't be a mechanic, it hurts.
And go ahead. Both of you give me an awareness roll with disadvantage. Sin didn't even
Double
try.
7.
Um. So, yeah, you pay, and then for the most part, you don't see the waitress like anymore for the rest of the time that you're there. She just kind of dips out. Um, what's your guys' game plan?
What now?
You said you're not from around here?
No. I don't even have my wallet.
You don't have like a place to sleep or anything?
Even if I did, I have no way to access it. I don't have a wallet, don't have an ID, don't have anything.
Uh, this place looks so uncomfortable.
How would that work, Cliff? No IDs, nothing. How would a normal person, if you lost your ID, how would you go about getting a new one?
I mean, you'd have to go to like the Secretary of State equivalent, and you'd have to provide some sort of identification.
Some sort of something that I have that I totally don't have on me.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could go to, um, like the equivalent of like an embassy, and you could try to like tell them where you live, and they could try to corroborate your story and then get you back.
Let's see if they're. What would that be like called? Like just would it be like an embassy? Are these like different, like country like places we're going? Is that how this was areas broken up or?
No, I mean it's mostly like that. I wouldn't say they're like divided into like countries. Like there's cities, and like each city is almost like its own governing body. Like, um, in this area at least, there's not like a singular leader that imposes rule on everything. It's kind of like everybody makes up their own.
See if we can find a way to get home, or at least that's not even gonna work because you're not gonna be able to go with me. I don't know where your people are. I don't want to leave you, just abandon you.
Like shrugs, still sipping on a shake.
Um, I'm gonna pull out the leather-bound notebook.
Okay.
Start reading through it.
Okay. Mostly what you're seeing are research notes. Um, do me a assess roll to see how much you can knock out, just sort of while you're sitting here. Yeah. So I mean, uh, most of it is not what you would consider like easy reading.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of like scientific jargon in there, and you get the idea that um, that they were onto something big that they were researching, um, but you don't really fully get the uh, you don't fully understand sort of the high concept of what they're talking about, but
Yeah.
something big that they're able the some manipulation of essence.
Okay. Yeah. Sitting there like I don't know. I don't know what we can do at this point. Don't know who I or don't know. No way to prove who we are. No way to make money. No way to pay. Nowhere to stay.
Um, you said there were like skyscrapers off in the distance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the downtown area.
Can I like look at the direction of the skyscrapers, then try to figure out what path my camp was at from like the silhouette of the city?
Sure. Give me we'll call it a survival awareness or survival assess, whatever works better for you. And we'll probably do we'll call it a 25 DC.
The both of them.
Yeah.
God, of course, the one time I fucking fail my awareness.
Um, uh, it's hard to tell because of the fact that from the distance that you were viewing it at previously, there would have been such a haze on it, and with the arcane symbols that sort of flicker and light up, um, identifying one building from another gets a little bit tricky off in that distance because it's just sort of a blur of like shadow and then like lights flashing.
So Fate's just gonna be staring off at the sky, at the silhouette of the skyscrapers after you finish saying that.
He's just gonna sit there. Finish the milkshake.
Okay. Um, and after a while of being there, maybe like an hour or so, you start noticing that a lot of the people start clearing out, and they're in sort of this lull between like a lunch rush and like when dinner would start up.
Well, probably shouldn't just sit here all day.
I don't know where my camp traveled through, but if we have any like blankets or towels or tarps or anything, we can make a quick camp out in the woods.
I'll look at where my head and I have the bag. All I have is this. I would have put the pants in the bag because I don't want to throw the pants in the restaurant's trash can.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Could have a nice
Yeah.
little sale.
Yeah. Well, see what we can find. Get up and we'll start walking.
Okay.
Don't know where.
While we're walking around, Fate's gonna be like peeking into garbage cans and dumpsters and shit,
Okay.
just trying to see if he can find any like torn tarps or anything he can use as camp supplies.
Okay. Give me an assess roll, probably like DC, like 18. I'm gonna say. Not really gonna have too many. Not gonna have too many like torn tarps and whatnot in a city like this. Not impossible, just not super common. There you go.
My last two rolls didn't roll; they just slid.
Yeah. So which direction are you guys headed in? Are you headed more towards the city, away from the city?
Fate would be moving away.
I'll follow.
Okay. You're following the 12-year-old.
What else am I gonna do?
That sounds like a plan for disaster. Um,
He's better prepared than I am. I grew up in a city. He grew up in nature. He knows how to at least build a camp.
so, you start searching around, just to, like, it starts with, like, the trash can just outside of the diner, and as you start moving, away from the city, and you start getting into more of, like, the residential area, and then it gets a little bit more, I don't want to call it rural, but, like, you start seeing homes or starting to have a little bit more property spaced a little bit further apart. Um,
Urban.
Yeah, not an urban sprawl, but like urban still. And you see this large dumpster, um, maybe only 25 or so feet off of the road, on the side of this building. And as you run up to it and start digging around, um, you do find like an old tarp. The ends of it frayed out and like starting to unbind itself. But for the most part, the centerpiece of it is all fully intact. We'll call it like a 15-foot by 15-foot tarp. Like it's a good tarp, but because of like how it's fraying, like it would make it really difficult to use it for any like real capacity. But if you're trying to make like some sort of makeshift lean-to or something with it, you could definitely do that.
Yeah, so he'll like pull it out of the garbage, like hold it out, looking all happy.
Kind of impressed. Nod. Like, all right. There's something.
Um, as Fate's sort of off near the dumpster, pulling this tarp out and trying to like fold it back up into a way that makes it a little bit more manageable to carry. Adam, you'd have someone that uh, walks up behind you, and he's like, "Hey, kid." You trying to go to the Veiled Market?
Big questioning eyebrow.
He's just standing there looking at you, just dead in the face.
I was saying, I'm gonna
Yeah.
turn, give him a question arrow. Like,
Yeah, and he's just staring you in the face. He doesn't say another word after he says that.
sorry, I ain't got the money for it.
He looks over at Fate, who's basically just like came out of a dumpster folding things up. He looks at you.
Mhm.
He reaches in his pocket. He pulls out a $20 bill and he writes something on it. And he like goes to like hand it to you, and like as you like touch it, he says, "You gotta earn this though."
Raised eyebrows. Still hasn't really said much.
Nice and easy. I just need a runner. $20 now. I'll give you $80 when you finish it. Judging by the looks of you and your friend here, you could use it.
What's the thing I'm taking?
He gives you a big creepy smile. He goes, "All I need you to do is take this," and he holds up a USB drive. He goes, "I just need you to take this to a building a couple blocks down and just leave it on the counter."
How will I get my $80?
He points to the number that's on the 20. Call me when it's done.
How?
What do you mean how? You ain't got a damn phone?
Looks down at myself.
Who's wearing a tie and a dress shirt? Yeah.
It's all disheveled because he's been in it for what, 2 days minimum.
He kind of just like hits you on the shoulder and he says, "If you want the money, you'll figure it out."
Take the USB.
Atta boy. Hurry up. They close in a couple hours. Don't dilly
Where
dally.
am I going?
He turns around and he just points right down the street. He's like, "Go about 4 blocks down. You should see sort of a nice looking office building there. Has reflective windows on it. Almost look like mirrors. Front door will be unlocked. Just walk right in. There's a receptionist there. Don't give her the USB. Just make sure you leave it on the desk."
What would be insight?
Assess.
Assess, yeah. I just read to read a person.
Yeah. What are you trying to determine?
I feel like something's off about this guy, and I don't like.
Oh yeah, you seem shady as shit.
Yeah.
You seem shady as shit. You know what you're being asked to do probably isn't on the up and up, but you also, as a 17-year-old, you probably aren't picturing worst case scenario. You're probably like, all I gotta do is leave a USB drive on a desk. Can't be that bad.
Yeah. All right. See what I can do.
He gives you a smile, and then he starts walking away. He's like, "I need this done tonight. I don't hear from you tonight. You don't get your money."
Just nod. Try to go find this building after I look back at fate.
He's got it all folded up by now.
I'll offer my bag for him to put it in.
I'll like run up and just stuff it in.
We're gonna make a pit stop, but we gotta go back into town first. See if I can make some money.
So it's not
Sure.
like it's not the way you came. It's sort of adjacent to the way that you came.
Okay. Okay. I'll gesture over towards where we're going. Start walking.
I'll follow right behind you.
Now I'm gonna look for this building.
Sure. So I mean, as you start walking a little bit further in, you start seeing more like industrial complexes, like commercial buildings, and like the third building in. As soon as you get to this area here, is just as he described. It's a one-story long building. All of the windows are mirrored out. And there's no sign or anything on the outside that you can see.
Go to, it seemed, the main door.
Yeah, there's a very clear like entrance to it. There's just no signage as to what it is.
Okay. Any security or anything?
On the outside?
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. There's a
Looking-
parking lot. There's like 3 cars in the parking lot. Like it doesn't look out of the ordinary in any way in like this in the context of the other commercial buildings that are here.
I'll walk in.
All right. You walk in and give me an awareness roll. Both of you can do this if you want to. If anybody has any experience with chemicals, you could roll with advantage. Otherwise, it would be just regular. All right.
With his awareness, you're failing me.
Adam, you kind of get a like a metallic smell in the air a little bit as you walk in. Nothing that really that sets you off or throws up any immediate red flags. It's just an interesting smell that, given the context of the building that you just walked into, it's a very sterile, like tan walls, like no real decoration, and about 25 feet or so ahead of you, there's the reception desk. It's like a long partition that separates like a different room where you see a receptionist who's typing on a computer. And there's some chairs out in the waiting room, and then you see that there's doors on either side of the waiting room, and then the rest of the area is sort of isolated, like, so you're contained in this like lobby area, and you hear a little hum of music playing in the background somewhere.
What's the weather outside before I walked in?
It's clear, probably in like the like low 70s.
Trying to come up with a reason for being here before I walk up to the receptionist. Looking at this desk as I'm getting ready to walk up to it, is it just a flat top? Nothing would block the receptionist view from looking at it, or like,
Um,
is there monitor sticking up just enough where she'd have to look over her monitor?
so like where she's at, like there is the monitor in front of her, and then the desk, it has like an area in the center that's like this, and then it goes up, and then on either side of it, there's like shelves, I guess you'd call it, that are about I don't know 6 inches or so higher than the main desk part. Um, and there's a couple little like knickknacks and like trinkets on there. Uh, but yeah, for the most part, like the desk that was smooth, kind of wide open, except for the area where she is, where there's a computer and some other office paraphernalia. And then like to
Mhm.
the left, there's another computer, but there's no one at it.
Mm. Uh, Wait, did you follow me in?
Yeah. As soon as
Look
you went in,
around.
he went like to the closest chair and just like sat there and just waited for you to do what you need to do.
Walk up to the desk because I might be in the wrong area. I was told I might need to meet someone here, and then walk up to over where the knickknacks are. I'll say that to the receptionist.
Uh,
And then how far away are, like, the knickknacks and stuff? Like right there?
yeah, yeah. So like think of like her monitor, and then like
Mm-hmm.
just behind the monitor, there's like sort of a shelf that's about 6 inches or so above the rest of the desktop.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like that's where there's the little flowers and like little, like I said, little trinkets, toys, kind of spaced out on there.
Like somewhere I could like technically put my hands to like talk.
Sure.
Yeah. And then just, palm that USB drive up there. Could it be hidden behind something? Or that they wouldn't be able to see it?
I mean, with the little bit of clutter that's up there, like you could probably put it up there and it wouldn't be immediately noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a deception stealth DC 20. There you go. You can still roll the stealth though if you want. Um,
Okay. 40?
yeah. So she's typing on the computer, and you say I might be in the wrong area, and she sort of like looks up, and the first thing she does is she looks over at Fate, and then she looks up at you. She's like, "Yeah, I think you might be right. Who were you looking for?"
Did I notice any of the businesses walking in that have any names on them? Like any of the like other office buildings? Like,
Um, Not really. Most of the buildings here don't have like big signs or anything out front. Um, give me an awareness.
mm-hmm.
No, you didn't think to like note any of the names of anything until just now, when you're like, oh shit.
uh, Pat my pocket. Well, I guess that's not happening today either way. I forgot my wallet at the house. I had a business card in there and I couldn't have told you.
Do you always bring him when you conduct business?
Childcare canceled last minute.
That your little brother?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I I can with almost certainty assure you that this isn't where you want to be at. You two should probably go on and best of luck at whatever you're trying to find.
Thank you. I apologize for wasting your time.
Yeah, you're fine. Good luck
No.
on the babysitting.
Luckily, he's well mannered. No, get up, nod, and walk out.
Yeah, she chuckles. She
Or
like watches you guys start walking away, and then just gets back to what she was typing.
Mhm.
I don't think that I really need to do this, but just in case I do, I didn't. Okay. Um, yeah. So, uh, you
Mhm.
two head outside.
Uh, looking for more like a. Oh, have I seen any payphones at all in the city?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
Nope. This is definitely very much a modern, like cell phone era. They're not really a whole lot of payphones.
Yeah, I had to try. Pull out the $20 bill. Look at it. Is it just like a phone number?
Yeah, it's just a phone number. No name, no nothing, just a phone number written on it.
Go to try to find like a convenience store.
Yeah, you passed a couple of those little mom and pop shops and whatnot on the way here. A couple
I'll
bodegas.
walk inside. I lost my phone. Can I borrow yours?
Um, you kind of just get like a blank look. They're like, you ain't got no cell phone. He ain't got no cell phone.
Him, not yet. I lost mine.
Not yet. Uh, give me a persuasion roll. Um, he as you turn and look back at Fate, uh, he notices your scar, and he kind of like, ugh, nah, man, we don't have public phones, customers only.
No. Walk out. Walk a little bit for the next one. Try the same thing.
Sure. Um, I'm gonna say for fairness sake of not just being able to roll until you succeed, that you pretty much get the same response wherever you go. Like everybody basically says customers only.
All right.
Can I find like a heating hand pad here in one of these convenience stores?
Sure.
Cameron?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, after like the third store we go to and they say the same thing, I'm gonna like put one of those on the register, and take out like the money I have.
Uh huh. Like,
I guess we're gonna need these if we're gonna be out in the middle of the night all night.
Yeah.
give me a persuasion roll with advantage. Uh, the store clerk, older gentleman, he like just sighs. He like, are you boys from the Knoll Corps?
But I recognize that name.
Give me a lore roll. Yeah. So the Nullcore is like the poor area of the city. Um, it's an area that basically, due to the greed of the government here, has kind of been just forgot about. Like, no municipalities, no public anything. So people have like had to fend for themselves. There's even like sectors of it that don't even have electricity. Um, and it's where it's where like the homeless of the city would basically reside.
No, I've just fallen on hard times.
Uh, he just does a deep sigh and he reaches under the desk and he pulls out the phone. He's like, "Call who you need to. Take the hand warmers."
Thank you. And I'll call the number.
Um, it rings like half a ring, and he's like, "You're a good kid. I already see that you do what I asked you to do. You got a pen? I need you to write this down."
No, I don't.
Oh, hope you got a good memory because I'm gonna start talking.
What are you about to tell me?
Where we can meet up?
Actually, no, I forgot. I wouldn't have said no because I would know I always have a pen and paper, especially after
But you have
grabbing
a whole
one.
notebook and shit.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, yeah, give me a second. I'll dig through my bag, grab a pen and paper.
58632 Cross Street. It's about half a mile from downtown. Meet me there. Give you the rest of your money.
Thank you again.
Click.
Hang up and hand the phone back.
He takes the phone and he just gives you guys kind of a forced smile. Like, you two be safe out there. The city ain't all glitz and glamour.
Don't I know it? As I walk out.
Right behind them.
All right. Either survival or what are we gonna call this? Survival roll is the thing that I think of most, but any other skill you think you can justify for navigating your way through the city to try to find this address?
Talk to someone, ask them where about the cross street would be.
Sure, that works.
I'm gonna get close towards this big main. Or actually, I'll ask see if they know where it's at.
Sure.
Persuasion.
Yep. Yeah, or just appeal if you'd rather just do that. At this point, the sun's starting to go down, and you're noticing that like people aren't really talking to you guys much. Like a lot of people, as you like start walking towards them to even ask, they'll like wide berth you as they like just continue walking. And like the one person you actually stopped and said something about it. They're just like, "What do I look like? A map? Use your phone." Just keeps walking.
Go back to another convenience store. Look for like a, a burner phone or something like a cheap smartphone.
Sure.
Something that would at least have maps on it. Look at a price.
Um, So I mean, you see some like pay minute phones.
Mm-hmm.
The cheapest one that you're seeing starts out at $20, and you'd have to put minutes on it.
Look at how much is like the cheapest minute plan they have.
Um, Probably like $5-10.
Then borrow the rest of your money, pay it back.
Hands over the 8.
Get the cheapest phone and $5 worth of minutes.
Okay. Yeah, it's just minutes and data. So yeah, so you hand over the $25. They activate the phone right there in the store for you, and they slide it over, and you get like a gigabyte of data with it.
I'll open up maps and put in the location.
Sure, that works. So yeah, so you see that it's about a 35-minute walk from where you guys are.
I'll look at the directions, and then get a general idea of where we're going, like the main turns. Find a few turns to make, and then I'll turn off the data.
Okay.
And so that way,
Put it in like airplane mode, or you're turning the phone off.
airplane mode.
Okay. I don't think it makes much of a difference, but
It came with a charger, didn't it? The phone.
no.
All right.
No, that's what you get for the bare bones phone. I will say it is a full battery when you bought it.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, so you all start heading out. Go ahead and give me awareness rolls, the two of you.
I'm really regretting this. What doesn't kill you?
What are we looking for right now with this roll?
It's literally to notice something around your surroundings.
Okay.
Oh,
I
flirted with that 20. Fate, you almost get like a sense of deja vu as you see this car pass by, and then you see it loop around behind you, and you see it start pulling up next to you guys. Not a van, a car.
The same thing. He's gonna get on the further side, away from it. Hands in his pocket, looking down as he walks. The car's doing the thing again. Like he's like not even on a sidewalk now. He's like walking on the grass of the lawns and shit as he goes.
Start grumbling. Fucking hell. And they'll just start humming. Humming and put Rouse out there.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a performance roll.
That's not how I want to do this. Damn, no net 20. I'll say keep your knife handy or your cards, whatever you feel more comfortable with.
And like his hands are in his pockets. He's like already got a death grip on his cards.
The car pulls up next to you guys. And you hear the window.
I'll have my hand on the taser.
Okay. And you hear the window roll down. And you just hear, "Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?"
Look out the corner of my eye. Do I recognize him?
With an 11, you do not.
Think you got the wrong guy.
Like, no, I'm pretty sure. Meets beats. Oh no, never mind. You're 11, so it beats you anyways. All right. And what you fail to realize is as he's saying this that he's bringing something up to the window.
Does he have, or do I still have the baton?
Yeah, unless you got rid of it.
Yeah, if it was, yeah. I'm just trying to remember if I have it.
Okay. 14. Kind of doesn't make sense to do it, but I'm gonna do it again anyways.
But advantage.
No. What's your defense, Adam? 14 now.
Yes.
All right. So, what you fail to realize is that they have brought something up to the very bottom of the window, and they shoot it at you.
Are your rolls supposed to be hidden?
They just do these things.
An attack, for attacking, defender always wins for meets beats.
No.
No, you're right. No, it's not. I forgot. I had it backwards. I've been sitting here thinking about it. I'm like, which one?
No. But either way, you rolled 11. He rolled a 14. So you didn't see him do that. Then he rolled a 12 for his attack roll against your 14, which is a glancing blow.
Yeah. Do you have that anywhere? The weapons and attacks and stuff?
No.
Like what each, like the +5 -1 or the attacks?
It's on, I think it's on your sheet somewhere, but it's in my head.
Okay.
Basically, if you hit up to a +4, you roll normal. +5, you roll it with advantage. -1 to -4, you roll a disadvantage. -5 or more, you roll a double disadvantage. The only way you miss is if you roll a nat 1. That's a crit miss, and it just ends your turn flat out. And then for anybody who isn't a minion, if you roll a nat 20 on an attack skill check, it is a crit, which means you roll max damage plus you roll your damage die at advantage.
Okay. So it's up to you, because I can't hide the baton on my body. It would look unnatural. Is there a side, like easy access side pouch, or like almost like a tripod holder? Because I know certain bags have them.
Yeah, I'll say like on the side of the bag, you could have it like a lot of the bags will have like loops in there for whatever umbrellas and whatnot. Yeah, you could put it in there. That's fine.
Okay, that's where that'll be. The baton will be.
So you hear this click noise before you get a chance to react, and you feel this this pain in your side. Can I please have a resist condition roll? And you would actually roll this with advantage. Sorry.
Have this going. Just forgot to activate it.
All right. You feel the familiar pain.
That's a 18.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're good.
It's nerve. It's nerve. It fucked me.
You feel the familiar pain as a bolt from the taser hits you in your side, and that is going to start us into combat. The two of you get to go first. Adam, you only have 2 actions because you did your rouse.
Yep.
Theater of the mind, but we're gonna say that like sidewalks are we'll say 5 feet wide, so 1 square. We'll say there's 1 square of grass. We'll say 2 squares of grass from the sidewalk to the road. So they are like 15 feet or so away from you. And then we'll say that there's another 10 feet of grass on the other side of it before you start getting into whatever is where you guys are. If you decide to go that way, we'll figure it out then.
Okay. How much damage did I take from that?
1.
Okay. You'll hear me curse under my breath. And he'll, instead of humming, he'll actually start. Hit a button. What button to hit? Okay. Kind of softly, you'll actually hear him start singing.
This guy's weird.
I am.
Fate's over there like.
Do I gotta clear like a lot of sight at one of these guys?
Yeah. So I mean, you could clearly see the guy who has the window down is in the front passenger seat, and you can see the driver behind him, and you can kind of make out someone in the back seat. But it's night, so it's really hard to kind of see in the back seat itself.
Okay, closest one that shot at him.
Yep.
So let's just use up all of our action points this turn.
Okay.
And what's this one?
Do you still have all 4 of your cards?
I believe so.
Okay.
He hasn't used them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't remember if he re-rolled after he did the heal on you.
He said he was constantly going through his cards. And then once we found the burger joint is when he stopped.
Well, right. Remember, he was going through it, and then he did that last one where it did nothing.
Yeah, I think after that is when we talked about getting burgers, and after that he stopped.
Right, but did you refreshed him after that?
I don't think so. I think I still have the 3. I only have 3 highlighted.
Okay, so 3 it is then.
And then you'll hear me start making fun of them in the car. And Beguile will go out.
Are you saying anything in particular?
No, not yet.
Okay. Yeah, so you'll start hearing a song, and some of the limericks are mildly insulting to the people in the car. Okay. And that is
Disadvantage on their attack rolls.
okay. I was gonna say, and that was +5 more, so you would actually get your maintain automatically too.
Okay.
So technically, you have 1 more action. You could do whatever.
Oh,
Actually, that performance
no,
one would be with disadvantage.
which it was because
Oh, because you only rolled it flat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could test it and roll disadvantage for the 3rd one if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold days up. Why did that not apply? Why is that on target? I thought I switched them all to self. Hey, there we go. Disadvantage.
All right.
10 plus, yeah, that holds it.
Yep.
And then days is up right now.
Okay. So saying you're gonna burn all 3 actions. Because you're doing that, you don't get the disadvantage you normally have if you did 3 attacks. And because of Adam's rouse, you would get advantage. So go ahead and roll your throwing with advantage.
All right. Which one am I aiming at? Passenger?
Passenger, yes. Well, do you think you're aiming at back seat, dude? Oh,
Ooh.
beautiful. Critical hit. So just go ahead and roll ba 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 ba. Roll 3d4.
Do you not want me to roll my damage?
I mean, you can, but it's gonna fuck it up. Roll 2d4. All right. So you do 4, 18 plus what's your modifier?
+5.
Okay, so you do 23 damage to this guy. So Adam, as you start saying this, you'd see Fate flick all 3 cards up in the air, and then they would just kind of like shoot in there, and you would see like the car lighting up with this like mint green as they go off, and the guy in the front seat, you would just see him kind of like bouncing with every hit, and then you just see him slump over, and as he slumps over, you hear the brake squeal as the driver slams on the brake, and you'd hear a click noise.
Click as in like same thing I heard before.
Nope. This is like a pop noise, mechanical click, and driver is going to step out of the car, and you see him like brace himself on the top of the car with what appears to be a handgun, and he is going to shoot at Adam just because he's taller. Quite frankly.
He has disadvantage.
Yep.
Add action, add effect. That's just all caps disattack.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. If you don't want to. Yeah.
Well, I just want it built so I can.
Yeah.
You're good. I'm not applying. I'm just getting it built.
All right.
Because it's technically.
All right. So 8, which is more than 5 under yours. So he is going to roll at double disadvantage. I reckon it's a 1. 1 plus 3, so you take 4 damage as he gets out of the car and he pops this shot off at you. Luckily, you had enough time to react, and it just sort of grazes your left shoulder as you like move away from it. What did I say? It was 4 damage. Yeah, 4 damage. Backseat dude hops out of the driver's side and he runs to the back, and you realize the popping noise you heard was the trunk popping open. And you see him come around the car with a shotgun in his hands. And he is about 5 feet away from you with the shotgun.
Would that be a disadvantage?
Yep.
And then on top of my disadvantage?
No. So the shotgun has the close range properties to it, but he gets a disadvantage from you, and he rolled more than 5 under yours, so he's rolling at disadvantage on it at the damage. I do need to
double
see.
Disadvantage?
Yep, he's double disadvantage on damage. I do need to see what the shotgun is though Actually, I could probably look on mine. It's gonna be faster than looking on yours.
Shotgun is it's a D10. Is what this says.
Yep. Yep. So he is gonna roll D10 at disadvantage, double disadvantage, and that is a 2 plus 2, 4 damage. Pop, 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 pop. So as soon as he turns, he doesn't even get his foot fully planted, and he shoots this pellet out, and this pellet shot sprays, and Sin, where are you in relation to Adam?
Did Adam move away from the street at all when
He didn't have a
started
chance
up?
to do anything like that now.
No, then
So he's on the sidewalk, and you were like in the grass. You said.
yeah, like behind him a little bit in the grass, or like down a block and over.
Okay. Then I'll say that you see the spread of pellet, but you don't get hit by anything. If you'd have been right next to him, you'd have got spread. Okay. Back to the top, it'd be you guys. I should do is I should do something arbitrary like this.
Did passenger dude? He's dead or knocked out?
Oh yeah, he's pretty
Okay.
he's pretty done.
I'm just saying, 'cause I see the healthy still.
Yeah, he ain't doing so hot.
Right.
I'm gonna say he's dead. The fact that he has 12 hit points and it was 23 damage, so almost double his health. I'm gonna say he's just outright dead.
Then, after the cards finish like pelting into him, he would be almost like not mummified, but like skin and bones, like barely hanging on.
Petrified.
Mm-hmm.
So you would see like him like recoiling from it, and then like as his body is leaning forward to slump and his head hits the dash, you would see this like happening over the few seconds it takes for his head to just kind of clonk on the dashboard. All right, who's doing what?
I need to refresh my cards for one. I have been getting duplicates every roll of these.
You'd think that with the 24 that you wouldn't, but
All right, so 2012, 716.
you're on mute again somehow, Adam.
How about now? Hey, there we go.
There you go.
I'm gonna add some distraction with some loud noises, add changes to the song that makes no sense to throw people off,
Okay.
and I'm gonna add distract.
Okay. This is your third or fourth active one.
4.
Okay.
So I'm at 14.
Yep.
But I'm at advantage.
Yep.
Didn't do it right, but I didn't hit advantage. I just grabbed 2 die.
Oh. Well,
But it's a 13 plus 8.
Yeah, 21, so you're good.
Yeah.
And that is a +5, so you get your maintain automatically.
Cool. And that is distract. Okay. Never mind. I would say, can I backpedal a little bit, but I already did it.
So drawing his 4 new cards, as he draws all 4, one of them immediately flies out of his hand and like kind of like shimmers through the area. Adam, you can move half your movement speed for free.
Okay. Cliff, what would the baton's damage be?
D4.
D4?
D4 crush.
And
Plus your strength.
It's
Oh no, it's light
Heavy
weaponry.
weaponry, light weaponry.
Yeah, it's light weaponry.
Okay.
It's light weaponry, but it has the strength property. So you use strength instead of reflexes on it. Because it's crushing damage.
Okay. So I would just use my +1 instead of my light weaponry.
Yeah.
I just don't use strength.
So for the damage, you would use the strength. You would still use your
Damage.
light weaponry for the attack. For the
Okay.
damage, you would use your strength modifier instead of your reflex modifier.
Okay. EATON. And
Baton.
it's reflex plus, which is what's that? +3
It's not reflex.
for attack.
Your attack would just be light weaponry.
Oh, right. So it'd be there is none there. So putting the air is reflex. So it actually does that. Perfect. +1. That's a +2, and damage is a D4
Plus strength.
plus strength
Crushing.
+1.
Which in this fight, crushing doesn't matter, but the damage type is important pretty much always.
Yes. Okay. 1d4 +1. Cool. There we go. And I'm gonna move the 5 feet, close the distance between him and I, the shotgun guy and
Okay.
I. And I'm gonna bop him upside the head.
Okay. That is a full blow, so regular roll,
Just straight roll.
straight roll.
Okay.
Oh wait, you're going against backseat dude, right?
Yeah.
That would be with advantage. Sorry. Roll the second one, and I'll just.
3.
Yeah. Okay. Backseat.
Do you
dude.
have their ACs built in
Yeah.
to them? Okay, so I'll actually attack the target.
Yeah. It'll just say miss if you miss. I don't have it built to be able to do the stair stepping like I want it yet, but.
So there's that and that. Would regret this. That one. What do I have? Browse, bolster. These. I'm going to start saying stuff to hype little guy up
Okay.
and bolster.
Okay. And you're gonna roll that with disadvantage.
So flat. It doesn't take
Hey.
effect.
Yep. So it does not take effect on that one.
And then my first
You hit the
one
guy
roll
with
was
it,
plus-
and then as you do your bolster, he like gut checks you with it, and you kind of.
Okay.
I guess for my last action, I'm going to go in the same direction as Adam, but still on the grass. My full movement. Well, Adam only went like 5 feet, huh?
Yeah, he only moved
Yeah.
one square.
Okay, then I'll probably go like,
So you're
3
2 squares behind him
squares.
now, I guess. Okay.
yeah, we'll go 3 squares.
Okay. All right. The driver is going to line up another shot. And with him still bracing on the top of this car and not taking a movement, I'm going to give him advantage. Because he already has disadvantage, he'll just roll that flat. He's aiming at Adam again. That should be a... Yeah,
It hits.
yeah, it's a straight hit. So...
And with that, use my reaction to just kind of, because I'm singing. I'm not gonna be still. I'm pointing off to somewhere, saying something that's distracting, and at the exact time that he shoots, I'm gonna, make the loud noise, and I'm gonna decrease that by an endeavor die. So D4 plus 3.
Yep.
Then roll. Okay.
All right, by 4 damage. So
Yep.
it's 5 points of damage, which is enough to knock you out. So as this shot rings out, as you're like moving, Fate, as you start moving, you hear a second shot, and from your peripheral, you see Adam hit the ground.
All right.
And the backseat guy turns to you, 5 feet away from you with a shotgun, and he goes, "Sorry, kid, it ain't personal." And he'll just do his regular attack. Crit fails. He says that, and you hear a click, 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 and you see him like pop the cartridge out of this shotgun, and he's like fucking around with it. So your turn.
Just so I know, would that be considered a nat 1 on a skill?
Yes.
So okay, if I had
Yeah.
days up,
So-
he would have to make.
Yeah. So to simplify everything, anything you do with a D20 is a skill roll.
Okay. I'm
Um,
just making sure. Oh, so could I, in that case, add a D4 or my endeavor die to an attack roll? So I can add it to a skill roll.
yeah, I'll have to clarify that one because there is one for attack roll already.
It is advantage on attack rolls.
Okay, then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because any skill roll, like the whole purpose of this system is that everything is a fucking skill. And your skill to attack someone with a weapon is not diminished by the fact that it's an attack. Like 5e diminishes it because it's like, oh, you just roll your proficiency bonus. But no, like you have a skill in this, you should be skilled when attacking, not just proficient. But yeah, so Sin, it is your turn.
All right. So this guy with a shotgun right up in my face, but Fake's only really looking at Adam on the ground, and his eyes start to glow that like mint green, and waves start to like pulse off of him, and he gets 3 more cards in each of his fingers and chucks it at this guy straight in front of him.
Okay. So go ahead and do the your throwing flat. That is enough to do damage with advantage. So just roll 3d4 and then roll 3d4. This is gonna get interesting how we have to do this. Okay, not as interesting as I thought. Go ahead and roll another 4. So that's 7, 8, 9, and then what's your damage roll?
+5.
How's it +5? It should be whatever you're throwing
HP.
your reflex, right?
Reflex score.
It should
Or strength
be
score,
not
strength
reflex,
score.
Strength.
Strength score,
Yeah.
which is
So plus 3?
+3 then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage, which is enough to just dead this guy instantly.
Yep. So again, like skeletalized him, like if you're watching him closely, you can see the aging process happen as each card hits him.
Yeah, so it hits him, and then like you see him start doing that, and like he like drops the gun, and then he like drops to his knees and falls to the side. I was gonna give you the option on if he was gonna die or not from this, because it was 3 damage more than his actual health, but you kind of already made that call. Yeah, so he like drops the gun and then he like hits his knees and then he just kind of falls over on his side.
Looking at the last guy, like his fist clenched, and these cards, like his fists are down at his sides, clenched, and these cards are like shuffling and flying around him as this green energy is pulsing.
It's thematically it makes sense, but mechanically it doesn't. I need a intimidation roll.
Oh, he's not good at that.
I know. -5, I think it is.
Yeah.
Unless you already got it baked in.
That's baked in.
Okay. You know,
Oh, you're
for
meek.
for shits and giggles, let's go ahead and do a nerve roll.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What was the actual nerve roll?
What's that?
What was the actual nerve roll?
What do you mean?
Because nerve is broken. Was it actually a -1?
Oh no, it was a his a +1.
Okay.
So it was a 21. Which does unfortunately beat yours by more than 5. So yeah, he's like he's like yelling at you like, "What are you, some kind of freak?" And then he's gonna try to take a shot at you. How tall are you? I don't think you ever defined that yet.
We did briefly. He said he was a kid, so he definitely wouldn't fit in the clothing. And then he'd be shorter than John, who was shorter, so he wouldn't fit in the clothing.
I guess it'd be like 5 feet.
5 feet even? Okay. So he's gonna take a shot at you, but from the angle that you're at, and with him bracing on the car, he can't brace. So like he has to kind of like shoot down. So he's gonna roll his with disadvantage. He's gonna pop. 2 good rolls, 16. What is your defense?
13.
Okay, so you get
It
just
hits.
yeah, just flat hit. 5 points of damage as he wings you right in your arm.
How much health do you have, Sin?
Huh?
How much health do you have?
I have no clue.
Sin has
Look at-
none.
Look at your spreadsheet. It automatically calculated your health.
Yeah, it should be 8 plus your body score, I believe.
Then 15.
Okay.
Oh, your body's that high?
Well, my cards need a hit, so
Yeah.
I dumped a pretty good amount into body.
Body 7, then? Is that right?
Yeah.
So yeah, F5 plus C13. Yeah. Oh wait, no. So you didn't do any decreased die size, did you? You didn't do like unhealthy or anything like that.
No.
You just did small. Okay. Then yeah, so that would be it then. So you would have 15. So let's update this to 15. And then let's immediately do 5 damage. Okay. Your turn.
Well, gotta get my cards.
I will say that this guy, after he takes the shot, he's going to duck down behind the car. I'll use his movement for that. You've gotten the 20 like 4 times tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't looked at what it does. I don't want to know what it does. So
I don't know if it's worded correctly.
now I got to look at what it does.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah.
So
But
no.
is it
So it basically what it is like if they don't hit, you can make them re-roll to potentially do more than 5. So instead of them just missing by, like, say they miss your defense by 1, you could force them to
Mhm.
re-roll to potentially make them miss it by more than 5. So that way they're rolling a double disadvantage instead of disadvantage.
Okay.
And that's why it only does the
So
lower of the two.
how does going down work?
Like Adam,
Like if I pop any kind of heals into Adam, is he back up?
yeah, he does have exhaustion, but yeah, he could come back up. Uh,
Okay.
Healing is a little bit different outside of magical sources. So he's gonna be he's gonna be a little bit weaker than normal for a few days, but
Okay. Well, um, this guy's gonna duck down on his side of the car, so Fate's gonna run up, and as he's running up, holding his arm, lets go, pulls his hand out, 4 more cards appear, snaps the one, and like slides it across Adam as he runs past them.
okay.
And that one's going to be 1d4 plus 1. You got 2.
That's actually not right. It should be your it should be your uh it should be your what the fuck are they called? The same
ability?
die that you use for everything else. I can't think of the name of it right now.
He doesn't have a specific die.
Right. Is it strength?
He doesn't use specific dies for his stuff.
Mm. Maybe that is
John
why
might
I
be.
did it at 1 then. I'll have to look at that. I got to pull up my detailed notes. I'll do that for now. That's fine. So Adam, you have so you're at 15 to 13, -2. Okay. So you can't be healed past 11 uh magically. You can only heal that naturally.
Okay.
Because you were 2 in the hole when you went down. So you pop back up with 2 health, and you do have exhaustion, so you're gonna be rolling everything with -1. So I'm gonna do this real quick and just do skill -1, all rolls. Okay. What else are you gonna do? So you ran, popped a card. Oh, and did you have to get your cards this round too?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's all 3 of your actions then.
Mm-hmm.
Adam, you are up. You would only get 1 action this turn.
That's funny because it was one long sigh what I did. I'm right next to the car, aren't I?
Yeah, you're like 5 feet in front of the car on the ground.
Can I reach the car? Smack it?
Sure.
I'm gonna start doing "We Will Rock You" by smacking the car.
Okay.
For distract.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your performance.
This is gonna be too hard. It never responds when I click the -1.
You don't have to click the -1. I already got it baked into your thing.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you get the
And then
the gyro's like, what the hell?
that is distract.
And that's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude is distracted, but he's still he's gonna try to take a shot at Fate.
Isn't Fate ducking down next to me too?
Are you actually ducking down?
I feel like you would have needed to reach him.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if you like stayed down low or if you like kept running or what you did. Are you like hiding behind the car or are you?
Was he that close to it?
He was like 5 feet away from the car.
I'm smacking the car right now for reference.
Okay, then yeah, I would have ran like in between Adam and the car, knelt down, and I guess stayed in that kneeling position as
Okay.
Adam got up.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not getting up. I'm still laying there, or at least crouched. I haven't used. Is it still an action or half movement to get up?
It is still movement to get up. Yeah.
Movement. Okay, yeah. So I haven't actually gotten up. I've repositioned myself where I can smack the car, but
This fucking eclectic ass poet decides that instead of standing up, the best thing to do would be to reach over and start playing "We Will Rock You" on the fucking fender. All right, this guy then he's gonna walk around the front of the car, come up on Sin's left, your back, and he's gonna shoot at Sin. Uh, 11. What was your defense?
13.
15,
Okay.
15. Oh, 13. Yeah, and then
Mhm.
help is 15. Yeah.
Okay. So he's gonna roll his.
Is this a reaction then to make them roll again?
Your card?
Yeah.
No. That's part of the actual card use. I guess it doesn't really make sense, does it? It would be a reaction. Yeah, we'll say reaction. I didn't define
Okay. Yeah, I'll use that card right now then.
that. Okay. Then he is going to attack again. All right, we're gonna keep the 11. He is still rolling at disadvantage,
So,
and it didn't roll at a disadvantage.
Oh my god.
So,
-5 damage to that.
okay, so 2 damage.
2 damage. Yeah. I smacked the car specifically hard right as he goes to take the shot, and he flinches a little bit.
Yeah. He then now notices that you're doing it.
Damn, is this dog is going nuts still? Yes. He loves to play after we go to bed. He goes ham on his toys.
Sounds about right. She does that after she eats for whatever reason. All right, we're back up at the top.
Okay.
2 cards going straight out.
Okay.
Before you do that, you're gonna hear me start actually singing "We Will Rock You" to rouse you up. So this, and then hang on, this, ADV, ATK. There you go.
You gotta roll your performance.
Oh, well, good point. I did it wrong.
17. Okay.
17 plus 7. I think I maintained too.
Alright.
So advantage on my attack now?
Yep.
Yes.
So if you're
You
doing,
don't have to do it. You should already have it. It should already work like that.
yeah, so you'd be rolling your first one with advantage, and then you'd be rolling your second one with disadvantage. Oh wait, no, it's all attack rolls. So you'd roll your first one with advantage, the second one, roll it with disadvantage, but it's going to give it to you. And I'll
do you
probably
roll
have to
it
apply it the
again?
second time.
Yeah, for when I throw all of them, it's just one attack roll, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. 'Cause
Oh, I
it's
thought
gonna
you were
tell
doing. I thought you said you were doing two separate ones.
No. I think I only have 2 left in my deck, so it's just gonna be.
You're gonna
But
burn
you
all
can't.
3 actions to do 2 attacks.
But you can't. You can't.
Okay.
You know why? You already used your reaction.
Oh yeah.
So I don't have.
You have 2 actions.
Okay, so doing 2 actions for 2 cards.
There you go. So yeah. So roll your throwing roll for the first one.
So
It's already got advantage on. Oh.
I just clicked it once. I'm targeting 2 different people.
Well,
Yeah.
fuck it. We'll keep those as your 2 rolls. So, first card, 17 against his 15. So roll that damage flat. So just roll regular roll of the damage. 2
2
plus
3.
Yep. So 5, and then roll the second one. Roll with advantage. So roll 2 damage.
Wouldn't it just be 1 die and then he gets max damage for the crit?
No, because you roll crit damage with advantage plus the max.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So you still roll your 2 die.
Max plus advantage.
Yep. Yeah, because it didn't make sense in my head that you didn't get advantage on the crit roll, but you did if you just got it by 5. So it's like you almost got a lesser effect if you got it by 5. So yeah. Okay, so you did 4 plus 3 plus 3, which is another 10 damage with that crit, which is enough. What? This dude is dead. I don't know why I did that. So 8, and then another, then another 10. He's still dead. Okay. 18. Yeah. So as this guy like shoots, he takes a shot at you, and right when he does, he notices Adam, and he kind of like moves his gun, so it just grazes you. And then as he's just looking at Adam, you just throw those last 2 cards out. And Adam, if you're looking, you would see that same thing where he starts to like age rapidly as he like hits his knees, and he'd smash his face against the front of the car and bust out the front light with his face, and then he just falls into the street.
Right. I'm gonna stop after seeing him fall. I'm gonna stop beating on the car. Get up, and brace myself on the car. Grab the shotgun.
Okay.
Inspect it. Is it a pump action or brake action?
It is a combat shotgun, semi-automatic.
Okay. Let's see how much ammo. I'm gonna. Can't really know way to see how much ammo's in it. Okay. I'm gonna go to the pistol. Grab the pistol.
Mhm.
Pull out the magazine. See how many are left in it.
Yeah. So there are 5 left.
Okay. I'm gonna grab the taser.
Okay.
See if I can find any more cartridges
Sure.
on the dude that's desiccated. That's the word I was looking for. See if the cartridges are the same as the one I have.
Yeah.
and
For
if-
simplicity's sake, we'll say they are.
Okay. Yeah. And then dig through the car for like a first aid kit.
Sure. Is Fate helping dig through the car?
Not really. He's kind of like poking and prodding around the corpses on the ground in front of him.
Okay. Then each of you go ahead and give me a assess roll. Or awareness, I guess your call.
Nice.
Are you looking for anything in particular, Sin?
Nothing in particular.
Money.
Just I guess going into each of their pockets and pulling everything out that they have concealed and like laying it out.
Okay. I'll come back to you then. Adam, searching the car. You do not see any med kits per se. You do find in the trunk that they have like a pretty plentiful supply of ammo. And you can see that they actually have a rig in the back that like the shotgun fits into.
I'll put the shotgun back in there.
Okay. And then there's ammo, there's pistol ammo, there's shotgun ammo, there's a whole bevy of ammo there for guns that they don't even have on them currently. And
I'm also gonna search the inside of the car.
Yep.
Yeah.
The inside, not really much to. There's not a whole lot in there. It's a fairly clean car. You would get the impression that like it's probably used for air quote business. So there's not like a lot of personal effects in there. Adam, go ahead and give me a either academics, medicine, or a lore medicine, DC 20. You find a device that is an injector that you're pretty sure can heal. Hold that thought for 1 second.
Nap's over.
Nap's over.
Yep. So before I do anything, if I go down again, can I be healed magically?
Yeah, you can still be healed magically. It's just for any hit point that you go over your max health, or every hit point you go under 0, it essentially puts a buffer at your max health. So if you ever go double your health in the hole, you're dead.
So I can't be healed past 11 health, not wounds.
With magic, you can't.
So I can go. So technically, I can go down to 2 wounds.
Correct.
Okay, my brain had it backwards.
Yeah.
Where I could only get healed down to 11 wounds. I'm like,
so you can only heal up to 11 hit points magically. The rest your body's gonna have to naturally repair. And if you were to go down again before you repair, then that would just stack on top of it, and then basically you have a buffer that if you ever get to the point where like say with like your current hit points are 36, I'm sorry, 13, if you ever got hit for 26, you would be dead. Like no chance for rolls, no nothing, you're just dead. Yeah.
Which is actually how it is in normal D&D too. If you hit your max, if you go double your max, you're dead. No chance.
Well, yeah, in one attack, you're dead. That way is what they say. But like this one, it could be cumulative too. So like if you haven't healed those 2 like lingering wounds that you have, and you got hit for, say
24.
Yeah, 24, you would be dead. So.
Yeah, do you know how to drive?
Like looks up at you.
Looking at the 12-year-old.
I'm in the passenger seat, looking out, or like in through the driver's seat, head out the passenger window. Okay. I'm gonna do something that's probably stupid.
I'm gonna throw a GM challenge out there of I don't think any 12-year-old would pass up the opportunity to drive if they were offered.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Do you know how to drive? Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Before you do that, I'll say so. Sin, for you, you find roll me 5d20. You find $34 in 34 monies in the wallets of these people. You would find like some candies in one of their pockets if that interests you at all. And you would see that the one that was driving actually had a badge in their wallet for the Next Gen Laboratories.
Yep. So everything he gathered, he's just going to grab it all, like put it in the back seat, just laying out. Then he's gonna jump into the driver's seat.
Well, I was looking at you when I said that,
And you've seen him
and
go.
Right.
and he's gonna shake his head no and sit down in the driver's seat.
I don't
Because
know.
I was crawled through the passenger driver door, looking out the passenger window, doing that.
Give me a assess roll versus Sin. Give me a deception roll.
Oh fuck.
Isn't your deception -5 too?
I don't think deception is.
Intimidation.
Yeah, intimidation, not deception.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's shaking his head. Yes, he knows how to drive, but he looks a little too excited,
Mm-hmm.
which makes you a little uneasy. Um, did you give Sin his $3 back, or do you still have his $3?
I would have handed him back his $3 walking out the store. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you're crawling into the driver's seat?
Yeah. Oh, I would have just heavily sat into the driver's seat.
Okay. And are you
And
gonna?
I would look at you to say, "Get in."
Yep, he's gonna hop in the passenger.
All right. And are you gonna try to heal yourself?
I'm gonna say, it's probably stupid, but look at it and just stab it into his thigh,
Okay.
like I can.
Um, give me a vitality roll.
It's nerve, so it's gonna be broken.
So
8.
what should it be?
8 + 2.
Okay. That's so weird. So you heal 8 hit points.
Perfect.
And can I please have a resist condition roll DC 15?
About to get an addiction.
That is
12. I assume.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
12, 13 total.
Why
So
13?
ac-
You do have a
well,
-1 on your stuff.
so give me one more wound
Okay.
because I did the math wrong. I have a +2 and then a -1, so that would be a 13.
Okay. Okay. Um. And go ahead and give me a drive roll. And let's see how well you guys can get to your destination.
So Sim, let me ask you this: you have the young, what doesn't kill you, too, don't you? Or do you not?
I didn't know there was a young one.
Okay. I just want to know as I do this. What's your drive score?
-1.
Okay, so it's mine.
16's
So
pretty
yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. Better
so
than I
you
expected.
the car still started. So you. What did you do with the bodies? Like, did
Think
Sin
just
just
left
leave?
them
Did you
there.
leave them like laid like in a row on the fucking on the grass when you were like digging through their pockets?
Pretty much, yeah.
Like you actually pulled them all together, or did you like keep them where they fell?
More keeping where they fell, but like not hunched over anything. They're kind of just like laid out, so he
Okay.
had better access to their pockets.
Okay. Um, yeah. So you got to cut the wheel like all the way to the left to avoid running over the head of this fucking dude that was up front.
I'm trying to go out of town, so whatever way that way is, I don't care about the bodies.
Okay.
If I'll put it that way.
So you're gonna run over his head if it's in the way?
He shot me.
Okay. Yeah. So then you guys coast off, and especially on your side, Fate, you have a big bump. Hear a crunching noise.
I'm also a 17-year-old driving that just got shot at. I'm not thinking about avoiding someone.
You feel remarkably good.
Okay.
And you head off to your destination on Cross Street. And as you pull up in front of the building, you see this old abandoned church. And that's where we will end it at for the evening. All right. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things that I need to work on based on this test.
Yep.
All in all, it's not bad though. Like it all went pretty good. Like there's some levels of automation that I wish were better, but like nothing was unplayable.
What I was planning on doing is I mix up the order I wanted to do the stuff in. I was gonna crescendo, smack him, and then distract. Right before I went down.
Mm-hmm.
But I did distract first, which ruined everything.
Yeah, so it's funny when I was doing the when I had the Chat GPT doing the simulation, basically every turn Chat GPT was doing 2 songs and then a crescendo. 2 songs and then a crescendo. Like they were just getting that extra attack damage every time.
A crescendo's not an attack though. It adds damage to an attack.
Yeah, that's so it's meant to be you do the attack.
Okay.
So I'll reword that.
I didn't realize because I thought that would that because to me that's 2 actions to crescendo then attack.
No, so that's the point of it. Like the thing is, it's that is your move. That's like your special attack, that your special action you can do. It would be too punishing to make it 2, in my opinion. So it was meant to be 1, but it's not worded properly. I'll give you that. Okay. So I just changed the wording to say, end all endeavors in a brilliant culmination. What the hell?
And attack with additional endeavor die, an endeavor die per endeavor.
It says, end all current endeavors in a brilliant culmination, allowing you to make an immediate attack, giving yourself increased damage in the amount of 1 endeavor die per active endeavor. Make an immediate attack, giving yourself... we'll say immediately make an attack with increased damage die. With increased damage in the amount of 1 endeavor die per active endeavor. Okay. Because you'll do your normal weapon attack that you would do with it, and you get to add that to it. All right, cool. And then what was the other one I needed to fix the wording on? That one card?
Judgment?
Yeah.
Yeah, 20.
As a reaction. And then the temporary hit points for the star. I don't know if that should just be a different card compared to the D4 plus 1 or just a D6. Because that means there's 2 forms of healing. I mean, I'm okay with the 2 forms of healing, but...
there's going to be more than that, so yeah, that's fine.
Well, as I'm saying, like, you just want it to be just a flat D6 and then the D4 plus 1 for 2 different cards.
Well, no, I'm fine with 1 being a 6 and 1 being a 4. It still makes it different enough that like you're gonna hope for the 6 versus the 4, but
you'll take the 4 if you have to.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what would be a good modifier for the reader. Like, what skill would be a good modifier?
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's kind of a hybrid. Like, they're very magically in tuned, but their primary die are physical die, not magic die. So I'll have to figure that out. Because, yeah, so it's all of them, all the classes are supposed to have a die, like a economy die, that they can use. And I thought I had this one defined, but yeah, looking at it, I don't have anything defined for this one.
I see D6s and D4s all throughout.
Well, some of them are supposed to be, but some of them are actually supposed to be by that die. Because that die is also the amount of cards you're allowed to have. Like, we talked about the die was the amount of cards you had, and I don't have it on here for some fucking reason.
Yeah, I remember that. And then, like, the cards do D4 of damage.
Yeah, and that has to do with the die as well. And that's all based on throwing, but it just seems such a weird thing to have. As like your die is your throwing modifier on it. So I'll figure something out with that. Let me write that one down actually.
So you do a D4 of chrono damage, Sin, with your cards?
And also, I have every NPC that we've rolled, I have rolled their origin type. Just so you know.
How many origin types are there?
16.
16, okay.
Yeah. All right, cool. On that note, gonna call it. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night. Bye.